me, but you guys have the chance to. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. I'm Andrew Salciunas. Johnny out until Friday. He's enjoying the next couple of days as we are about to enter 2026. It is December 30th. We're getting closer to a new year, getting closer to the NFL playoffs. And last night, crazy day in the NFC that we will get to in a little bit. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to poke fun at me today because there is a team that lost last night that I have fears of. But let's start with the Eagles. And let's start with me. Today is a day where I want to express how I feel about the Eagles. And usually, I love working with John, right? We have the back and forth. But we're both getting our points in. Today's a day where I can just take my time for the next 9 minutes, explain exactly why I feel the way that I feel, because I've seen all your messages. I've seen your YouTube comments. I've seen your tweets. I've seen your Instagram comments on the videos that get posted from the Fanatic's channel about how I'm so negative. Negative Andrew, negative Nancy, negative Ninny. Whatever nickname you want to give me, negative-wise, go for it. 610-632-0975. I don't care. I'm just telling you exactly how I feel. And the Philadelphia Eagles offense is why I feel the way that I feel. So first and foremost, before we continue this conversation, can we all agree that we're not going to rewrite history and the goal, our expectations, our standards of this Eagles team was to get back to a Super Bowl? Or if you were me, I was the wuss, I believe was the word that John used, for saying I just need the Eagles to get back to the NFC Championship game. I did not even say, this is going back to June, July, August. I didn't even say that I needed them to get back to the Super Bowl. If my team wins a Super Bowl, goes to 2 in 3 years, and also gets to an NFC Championship game in that 4-year span, that's incredible. That is something that we should be blessed that we are able to say. I get it. When we live in the moment, there is the roller coaster ride of the NFL season. But when you take the step back and you go, man, 3 conference championship appearances in 4 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 win, that's a pretty damn good stretch. And so before the season started, whether you were with me saying, hey, just an NFC Championship appearance, or maybe you were with Connor and John saying, hey, they have to get back to the Super Bowl. That's the standard. That's the level of expectation, considering they won last year, considering they were the favorite, the preseason favorite to get back. But bottom line, we can all agree that was the goal. The goal was not just win a division and call it a day. I realized when the Eagles were on that 3-game losing streak, there was a lot of different messaging coming from a lot of Eagles fans. Hey, they won the Super Bowl last year. Cut them some slack. No. If we are going to say in August that our standard or our expectation is the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, I expect us all to hold them to said standard. And not just because our feelings are getting hurt, we all of a sudden change our opinions and change our standards and say, you know what, it's been a tough road. I'll take the division. Whatever happens in the playoffs happens. No, keep them to the standard and expectation that you had before the season started. Now that leads me to the offense, because that is exactly why I am as upset as I am with the offense and why I believe that the offense will be the reason why they get held back from getting to those goals. There is a standard in life that we all have for ourselves. But when it comes to this football team, I have nothing to do with it. I just watch, I analyze, I talk, I yell, I scream, I grouse, whatever. We all are on the same boat here. The only difference between me and you is I have this microphone in front of me. That's the only difference. And so before the season started, where we had NFC Championship game expectations, where we had Super Bowl expectations, we were looking at this offense with Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, A.J. Brown, Mr. Always Open, Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner, Saquon Barkley, who was just a magician last year, and we know how good he was with the New York Giants before even coming here to Philadelphia. You got Dallas Goedert back, and how many times did we have the conversation about having the top 5 offensive line in the NFL? We had that conversation for months. They have not been a top 5 offensive line. A.J. Brown is not always open. I do not believe the Eagles do a good enough job scheming Devontae Smith into the game at all. And Saquon Barkley, because of that offensive line struggling so much, has not been able to be the same magician that we saw last year. It's December 30th. We've been having the same conversation since September. There have been a couple of nice wins where the offense showed up. L.A. for a half. Tampa for a half. Vikings, Giants, both eliminated from the playoffs. Raiders, Commanders, both suck. Those are the 6 games where I could say, hey, the offense did some pretty nice things. 4 of those teams are not in the playoffs. 2 of those teams you played in September. And I get it. You beat those teams, and that's great. Well, we're talking about months removed from then, and they've not gotten better. Quite frankly, they've gotten worse. And so when I come on these airwaves and talk about, yeah, good win in Buffalo, going into Buffalo, beating Josh Allen, keeping him to 12 points is incredible. With those conditions, getting that win is incredible. Still keeping your chances alive of getting the 2 seed is incredible, regardless of the roller coaster ride this year. But when I evaluate this Eagles team, I think we can all agree the defense has to be freaking perfect in order for them to win anything. Like, perfect. Think about this for a second. What if the Eagles defense has one slip-up game in the playoffs? Do you see this Eagles team scoring 30-some points in order to win? Because I don't. There are other top defenses in the NFL that have had slip-up games. The Denver Broncos have had many. The Houston Texans have had some. The Eagles have not really had many slip-up games except for early in the year against the Rams and the Buccaneers. The Eagles' defense has to be freaking perfect, in my opinion. So yesterday, when one of the videos get posted on the Instagram account of 97.5 The Fanatic, and it's me talking about how the defense has to win them every single game, I got a guy coming after me. Oh, you're so negative all the time. Get him off the air. So I go, let's talk about it. He ended up agreeing with everything I said about the Eagles' offense and how the defense needs to lead the charge in order for them to win. So this is why I feel the way that I feel. I've seen an Eagles offense struggle for the majority of 16 games. The majority. It is December 30th. We are having conversations about whether or not you should play your starters in Week 18. Whether they play their starters or not, Week 18 won't be the magical week where they find something. Because I'll tell you, it was just the Commanders. Like it was just the Commanders a couple weeks ago. Because what happened when you played the Bills? The offense looked like crap again for an entire half. 4 times this season, the Eagles have been shut out throughout an entire half. 4 times. That's second most in the NFL, only behind the Tennessee Titans. That's not company you want to be in. Now, the Eagles' defense is spectacular and will keep you in games, if not win you games. Which is why I'm not saying they're like they're heading to a one-and-done playoff situation. We'll see who they face. But I don't see the Eagles being able to win 3 playoff games, potentially 2 on the road, where it's all because of your defense. As good as this defense is, the Eagles' offense cannot go shutout for a half or 4 or 5 possessions being 3 and outs, which is what happened in the second half against the Bills. So, yeah, John's right to come after me in the open that you heard about how I should just enjoy the fact that they went to Buffalo and got the win against the Bills. But I'm not telling you that the Bills are some Super Bowl favorite. I don't care about the Bills. I care about the Eagles and their offensive woes, issues that have spanned the entire season. Not one bad game here or there. It's been bad all year. So that's why I feel the way that I feel. So my question for you at 610-632-0975, now that we have more time to talk, you and me, YouTube, social media, phone line, 610-632-0975. If you're someone that feels the way that I feel, all right, commiserate with me. If you are somebody that is still confident that the offense will find something, or that the defense will be able to win every single game for the Eagles in the playoffs, feel free to talk to me about it, because maybe you'll make me feel better by the end of the show. When I do the show solo, I don't yell at you. I may talk loud. But if you have an opinion that is different than mine, that is okay. 610-632-0975. We've gone too far in society where it's my way or the highway. Let's talk it out. Now, with all that being said, there's a wild update in the NFC playoff picture after a game that I don't think anyone saw coming last night on Monday Night Football. It is Kincade Salciunas. Johnny out today, 97.5, The Fanatic.
John Marks and Ray Dunn.
6:15 on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic, where I tell you why I feel the way that I feel about this Eagles offense. And it's up to you to try to make me feel better. No, that's not going to happen. So I like to try to always keep it 100 with you guys, right? I talk about this all the time. You know, yesterday when John used the words, you know, you're sticking to your bit, it comes off a certain way. This is not a bit. This is not you pick one side, I pick the other side, we're going to do this show. That's not how I operate at all. I'm just telling you the way that I feel. Now, the way that I feel also can change. Do I think the Eagles are making a run in the Super Bowl? I don't. That has not changed. I don't believe that the Eagles offense will all of a sudden find something in Week 18 that's going to carry them all the way to the Super Bowl. Like I heard Nick Sirianni again yesterday talking about how we're going to evaluate everything. What more do you need to evaluate? It's December 30th. We're talking about evaluating. Last month, in the month of November, I heard Kevin Patullo early in November say that we're still getting caught off guard by unscouted looks by defenses. And then later in the month, I heard Jalen Hurts talk about how they still needed to find their identity. In November. And now I got Nick Sirianni yesterday, December the 29th, talking about how they're going to evaluate everything. What is there more to evaluate? I heard him talk about his studies again. What studies, dude? Like, what are you studying? I guess you're studying for a final exam. Maybe your school did not have a midterm or pop quizzes. You're only studying for the final exam. And so I get it. People hear me talk about it over and over and over again. It gets tiresome, and you want me to just sit here and say EAGLES, go Birds, they're going to win it all. It's not how I operate. However, nobody thought the Rams were going to lose last night. Nobody. The Rams lose to the Falcons on Monday Night Football, 27-24. And with that, changes almost everything when it comes to the NFC playoff picture. I think we all assumed the Rams would have won yesterday. And if the Rams would have won yesterday, they didn't lock it in, but their chances of getting the 5 seed were very strong, which means the Eagles would not be playing them in the first round. Whether the Eagles are the 2 seed or the 3 seed, they would not play the Rams. The Rams would play the winner of the NFC South, which, man, did that take a turn yesterday as well. But the Rams losing yesterday are now the 6 seed. They can still climb up to the 5 seed. I did a lot of research. It's a lot of geometry. It's a lot of calculus.
I don't think it's either of those things.
If the Rams win Week 18 and the Niners lose to the Seahawks, which is possible, even though it's in San Francisco and the Niners are playing good football, and not many people believe in Sam Darnold. If the Niners lose, Rams win, the Niners are still the 5 seed. But if the Rams lose or if the 49ers win, the Rams are the 6th seed. So after a loss like last night, a lot of people are going to think differently about the Los Angeles Rams. I still don't want to face them in round 1. All right? I don't want to face them in round 1. I really don't. I know it would be in Philadelphia. I just don't want to see that team. I get worried about that offense. That offense that was shut out in the first half yesterday by the Atlanta Falcons. Do you know that Sean McVay, I heard this on ESPN overnight, has been shut out in a half just 3 times in his career? He has coached 161 games. That includes the playoffs. One of those halves was the Super Bowl, which that's not a good time to do it. And, of course, last night. So Sean McVay, in his 161-game career as the head coach of the Los Angeles Rams, has been shut out just 3 times and a half. It's happened to the Eagles 4 times this year. Guys like McVay, guys like Kyle Shanahan, they scare me. The Eagles' defense will be able to contain them, but what is containing those offenses? I don't believe they'll contain them to 13 points. It'll probably be in the 20s. And so then it's up to the Eagles to be able to score that many points, which is not something I have been comfortable enough believing in. Connor, you know how I felt about this team. My opinion has not changed. I know that gets exhausting for people. I know you're more with me than you are with John. But when you think about the Eagles' offense, do you understand why I feel the way that I feel? Or are you on a different platform? Where are you at with
No,
this?
I get it, because I think what people forget is that it's not any given Sunday, or maybe it's too much any given Sunday in the postseason. Over the course of 17 games, 18 weeks, this offense is going to do enough good things that they're going to win plenty of football games. You're going to win the division. You're going to be in the postseason. We've seen that already. But you've got to go so consistently through a matchup of the top teams in your conference that one day where you're a little off, which seems more and more likely every passing week with how the Eagles are inconsistent on offense, sends you home. Like, you could have a great defensive performance, and the next thing you know, you're ended up in that game against Detroit or the game against Green Bay earlier this year. One guy slips on a route, and you're home. And the reason the margin for error is so thin is because the offense is not creating enough of that space that they should for the defense.
The Eagles' great games. Forget Raiders and Commanders, right? Buffalo, you won by 1. Chargers, you lost. Cowboys, you split. Lions, you won by 7. And if not for that fake pass interference call, the Lions have the ball. Packers, you won by 3. These are great wins, but it's all by the skin of your teeth. I can't live that way, man.
Well, a lot of other teams seem to be, when you look at the top NFC contenders, potentially living that way.
Sure. Now, coming up next, how much did that loss for the Rams last night change the way the people look at the NFC? I have one ESPN NFL analyst, pre-game audio of his and post-game audio of his. You'll hear that next, and I see a couple of responses on our YouTube chat already. You can imagine I'm getting beat up. That's fine. Let's talk about it. It's Kincade Salciunas, Johnny out today, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Playoff picture taking shape. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles' playoff picture is starting to get more clear as Week 17 is wrapped up, with the Rams surprisingly falling to the Falcons last night. The 6th seed in the NFC comes down to the Niners and the Rams, and the Eagles, as the 3 seed, would currently match up with that 6th seeded team. But the Birds also still have a chance for the 2 seed, and Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday, and he talked about the strategies surrounding that opportunity.
There's still things up in the air as far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's pretty similar to where we were last week. We'll end up doing what we think's the best for the team, and we're still thinking through that. That's not a decision I have to make today.
No, it's not, but it's one he'll have to make before the 4:25 p.m. Sunday matchup with the Washington Commanders. There is a lot still to be determined for the NFC playoff picture. Sixers are back on the floor in Memphis tonight, an 8 p.m. tip-off against the Grizzlies. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid is questionable for tonight's game with ankle and knee issues. Flyers still out on the West Coast. They play in Vancouver tonight, a 10 p.m. puck drop that you can hear over on our sister station, WMMR. Zach Berman, the Athletic, joins us at 7:40. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I think you got to update mine to the voice of disdain for a lot of people because I'm making
Seems
people
like it.
I'm making people upset. Renee's not thrilled with me because I'm saying the same things over and over and over again. One of the questions on our YouTube chat was why point differential mattered or the margin of victory. Hubcap wants to know because of what you just said in the last segment that if there's one lackluster game by the defense, and lackluster not like 30 points. I mean, you don't hold the Packers to 7. Maybe you hold the Packers to 17, but your offense stinks, and your offense can't score points. Or in some of those games where they did hold on to win, they held on to win. They were up 13-0 over the Bills. They won 13-12. They had leads in some of these games. They were up 17-3 in the fourth quarter to the Broncos. Was the defense great in the fourth quarter? No, but if the offense does, I don't know, a little bit, they win that football game. But they can't. And that's why they almost lost the game against the Bucs. If not for Baker Mayfield throwing an errant throw into the end zone, the Eagles lose that football game. But the Eagles won. Things do go your way in sports. Look at the Chiefs last year. Chiefs won almost every single one-score game. They go to the Super Bowl. This year, the Chiefs have lost almost every single one-score game. They're not in the playoffs. So things go your way. And you can win close games. You absolutely can. I'm not saying that you can't. But if the offense can't put teams away, which they have not been able to really at all this year, at some point, I don't think the defense can just continue to hold on over and over and over again. Now, to their credit, they've been able to do it. They're 11-5. But as we mentioned yesterday, in the 4 games where they have been shut out for a half, they are 2-2 in those games. It's not good.
Yeah, let's just look back to last year real quick because last year's team was amazing. The defense was incredible as well, and obviously the offense was a lot more productive, but that Green Bay game was tight and low scoring. That Rams game was tight, and the defense did what they needed to do when everything was all said and done. Jalen Carter getting to Matt Stafford. We all know this. But I know the creative offense forces another team you're playing against to kind of air it out more. So you could say, oh, that Commanders game in the NFC Championship game, he scored 55. So that's why they were able to put up the mid-20s or high 20s that they did. What was it, like 27 when everything was all said and done?
Sure.
But that defense last year, they were able to give up nearly 30 points to that Commanders team in the NFC Championship game. It's not apples to apples, but
No.
even that great team that won the Super Bowl had one of those games where, you got to score more than 30 points.
That great team, and I'll say it for the millionth time this year, and maybe people will eventually hear what I'm saying instead of just throw insults, which I get it. That's why I said in the opening segment we've reached a point in society where it's we either agree or disagree, and if we disagree, we hate each other. That Eagles team was able to run the football. When they had leads, they were able to kill the clock. 6-minute drives, 7-minute drives. They have not been able to do that. It is December 30th. I don't think it's going to change. So 32 on our YouTube chat. Chunas needs to relax. The offense struggled in the rain, but to act like they can't be better in the playoffs when history shows that they can. They didn't just struggle Sunday. The Eagles' offense has struggled for the majority of this season. And again, I don't think it's going to change with a Week 18 game against the Commanders. We'll check the text line momentarily, 610-632-0975. Again, Johnny out today, so if you want to call in, it's just me and you, we can talk. 610-632-0975. Yesterday, how much did this Rams loss change the way people look at the NFC? So this was before the game. Ryan Clark was doing his sideline stand-up for NFL, the pregame show for Monday Night Football, Monday Night Countdown. And I pulled what he had to say about the Philadelphia Eagles. Take a listen to what Ryan Clark said about the Eagles. This is before the Rams lost to the Falcons.
Jalen Hurts should be buying Christmas gifts for the Philadelphia Eagles defense because What we saw from the Philadelphia Eagles in the second half offensively is unacceptable. And you can't win another championship playing at that level, not picking up first downs, not completing a pass the entire second half. If it weren't for Josh Allen having a bad day, fumbling the football, dropping the football, and missing a wide open Shakir on a 2-point conversion, you lose that game. This defense not only kept them in the game, but won the game for them. But if you push this forward, Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo cannot continue to allow these sorts of lapses offensively, because it will send you home when a good team executes on their end.
So that's like spot on how I felt, right? Have been feeling, right? So even though a lot of people think I'm just being negative to be negative, like that is how I feel. That's somebody that covers the NFL. That's somebody that played in the NFL. So I would imagine that a lot of people value that person, Ryan Clark's opinion, more than mine. And that's fine. Go for it. This was Ryan Clark after the game when the Rams lost to the Falcons.
You trusted him as much as anyone. Have these last 2 weeks at all impacted that?
I still trust him. I feel like the gap between the Los Angeles Rams and the rest of the pack has closed. I feel like the Seattle Seahawks have closed ground. The San Francisco 49ers have closed ground. Yeah. You know you're going to play a Philadelphia team. Even with the inconsistencies offensively, they'll have a football team that can get stops and that have played well against the Rams in the last 2 years. And so what felt like a no-brainer, this is not only the best football team in the NFC, but Los Angeles is the best team in the entire NFL, seems like a much more open race than it did 3 weeks ago.
How about that? One game can do the difference, and there are a lot of people, to your credit, that have felt that way. John has felt that way. A lot of you that text in or call in or on our YouTube feed, you have felt that way about the Los Angeles Rams. With that loss yesterday, we'll see what happens. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? You guys know how I feel. I've expressed it. I've explained myself. It's not just emotion. I have facts to back it up. I have a whole season to back it up. But I know there are still a lot of people, like 32 on our YouTube chat, that believes it's going to get better. What makes you say it's going to get better? Like, I need somebody to give me some sort of concrete answer of what's going to get better in the playoffs offensively. Unless you think the defense will be able to win 3 to 4 playoff games by keeping teams to 13 points. What do we got?
My mic just did not turn on. And they might be able to, the defense, just to be fair. Like, I don't want to hang my hat on that, but they might be able to. Danny from Holly Hill checks in and says, my friend, you're absolutely right. The Eagles are in trouble. I don't care what anyone says. This Eagles team is in trouble because the offense needs to score points like the 49ers and Bears. Defense can only do so much.
I mean, look, the 49ers and Bears defense, and this is what John brought up the other day, gave up a lot of points to each other's team. That same Bears defense that you could do nothing against. So I get where John comes from, or anybody that says, well, those defenses aren't as good as the Eagles defense. Yeah, you're right. The Eagles offense needs to be able to score points. Field goals aren't going to cut it. They were able to win you a game in Buffalo. I don't think field goals are going to be able to cut it. So when it comes to the offense, you know how I feel. How do you feel? If you believe it's going to get better, or don't worry about it, it's going to be fine, I need like a why. Like, let's have conversation. Not just, screw you, dude, you're always so negative. Okay. Tell me why I should be positive when it comes to this Eagles offense. 610-632-0975. What if the Eagles offense gets better? Unlikely. But Saquon Barkley spoke on it Sunday night. You'll hear from him next. We'll check more of our text line. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny out today, 97.5, the Fanatic. I would love for Renee to call in. She thinks I can't just have a conversation. 610-632-0975. I will prove you wrong. So I saw Noel on our YouTube chat. It took exception to me saying that when I said unlikely for the Eagles offense to get better. I get it. I'm annoying you today. I understand. If we can sit down and talk, and I won't do the snarky comments, I need somebody to tell me how it will get better. If this was week 3, I'd be an idiot. I'd be an ass just to be an ass. If this was week 6, all right, maybe I'm still an idiot or being an ass just to be an ass. I've watched the Eagles play 16 games, just like you have. I've rewatched 16 games. Maybe not all of you have. And for the majority of 16 games this year, I've seen the Eagles offense struggle. Has it been enough of a struggle for them to be 5-11? No, because the defense is that freaking good. I don't know if the defense can win you 3 playoff games. The sole reason why they won. That Buffalo game, the Eagles' defense is the reason why they won that football game. The offense had very little to do with it other than putting up the 13 points. That was one more than Buffalo. But the defense being dominant the majority of the weeks this year is the reason why you are where you're at. What do we got on the text line? 610-632-0975. You can call in as well. And then you'll hear from Saquon Barkley, who does think, well, what if it gets better?
All right, so this texter says that they're still confident in the Eagles going into the playoffs. I expect them to go to the Super Bowl because of the pedigree that they developed last year. Fans like Andrew are just energy vampires.
I'm an energy vampire. That's fine. I feel the way that I feel.
Count Salciunas.
I am not going to change the way that I feel unless I see something. Think back to the last month and a half. We have seen the Eagles offense look good in 2 games. One was the Raiders and one was the Commanders. I don't think I'm being unfair. You want to think that I'm zapping the energy out because I don't sit here and go, E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. Fine. I zap out the energy. But I don't think it's unfair to point out since the beginning of November, the Eagles offense has had 2 good games. And those 2 games were against 2 teams that have been eliminated from the playoffs for a while now. I don't think that's unfair. Now, Saquon Barkley, after the game against the Bills, had this to say on if the offense were to get better.
It's all about perspective, right? And obviously we know we got to get better. We have to improve. But kind of how you just said, we know we're not playing at a consistent level, and a lot of great things have been happening back-to-back. And NFC East Division champs. Came to Buffalo, beat a really good team. That's why obviously you get frustrated is not the word. We're competitors and we want to improve and get better. But when you have that mindset, you're like, dang, it can kind of get scary once we figure it out. And that's the goal. And that's what we got to do. We got to come to work and keep grinding and keep getting better. And it's going to take all of us to do it. And we know that.
If they figure it out, whatever that figure it out is, again, this is what I'm getting at. We're talking about figuring it out with 1 week left in the regular season, which is why I feel the way that I feel. Again, I don't believe that it is unfair. If they do figure it out, you're all right. They're the best team in the NFL. If the offense is 60% of what it was last year, and I'm not talking stats, I'm saying you can see it with your freaking eyes, right? They're the best team in the NFL because the defense is that good. It's just the Eagles' offense is one of the heaviest anchors in existence right now. This Eagles team could very well be a 13-win football team if the offense had somewhat of a life to them or somewhat of a clue to how to keep the ball moving and not have these sets of drives where they go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. So it's concerning to hear Saquon say we just got to figure it out with 1 game left before the playoffs. But if they do figure it out, yeah, they're the best team in football. That's why I'm so upset. I think that's something that gets lost in this is that they are such a good football team if they just were to figure out their offense this much more. I said it yesterday. If they put together one good drive in the second half, one, where it led to a touchdown, and they win 20-12, I'm feeling great. But they got shut out for the fourth time and a half this year. Is that have I said anything to your opinion, Connor? And we're friends, so the best friends can straight up tell me straight to my face whether I'm being unfair or not. Have I been unfair with anything that I've said about this Eagles offense?
No, not in your evaluation. The one thing where I'll disagree with you, because I'm where you're at when it comes to their chances to go to the Super Bowl. It feels unlikely that they're able to figure out enough on offense because they haven't been consistent enough. But when you talk about how great this defense is, you're like, that's why it upsets me. I do think you're being a little defeatist in that. There are so many teams out there, including playoff teams. Look at Tampa. Look at Carolina. Look at the Steelers and your Ravens over there in the AFC. There are teams that are going to be in the dance that don't have a snowball's chance in hell of probably winning a game. And we have one of the, and we're going to talk about it later on in the show, one of the best units in football here with the Eagles defense. And yeah, is it annoying that the Eagles offense is not playing up to standard because how great could it be? Sure. But I
don't even need them to play up to standard. I need them to play somewhat close to the standard.
Well, they've played close enough to the standard to find 11 wins. Now, there's a big gap between 11 wins and a Super Bowl. But it feels like you see the Super Bowl is off the table, so nothing else matters. And I don't think that's fair to the process of going through a season and evaluating a team.
Okay, but again, I'll go back to where we started the show. We've been talking about the Super Bowl since the summer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was the coward that said NFC Championship game. Wouldn't you take that at this point?
Yeah, well, yes, but then
I'm just saying. No. You mocked me. Wussy Andrew only wants an NFC Championship game.
No, because then if we get...
it sounds nice.
Then if we get there, we're going to want them to win it. It's not like we're going to be like...
I'm not going to say, I'm good now. Lose. I'm not going to say lose.
That was your bar? I don't know where you're at.
That was my bar of success. If they get to the NFC Championship game, very successful season.
Okay, I see, you know what, where we're at now? I see your point where we started.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure a lot of people would take that.
Still going bowl or bust.
All right, go for it. That's fine. What bowl are we talking? The Gasparilla Bowl?
I'd like the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That'd be a good time. That's electric.
All right, coming up next, more of your text messages. Also, I know it won't be the first time I ask this question, and I know it won't be the last time I ask this question. Odds are the answer is yes. Am I being an old man yelling at clouds? Something in sports media that I can't stand. And I saw it a million times last night. I'll tell you what next. Your text messages. Hopefully we can converse here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Seeding still unsure. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles' playoff picture is starting to get more clear as we reach the end of Week 17, but still some things to be figured out, especially since the Rams somehow lost to the Falcons last night on Monday Night Football. So the 6th seed in the NFC comes down to the Niners and the Rams, and who knows who's going to be the 5, who's going to be the 1. The Eagles currently sit as the 3 seed. They currently match up with the 6th seeded team, so that could mean a first-round matchup with Los Angeles, but they still have a chance for the 2 seed if the Bears lose and the Eagles beat the Commanders on Sunday. So Nick Sirianni talked a little bit yesterday when he met with the media about keeping the foot on the gas pedal.
By no means are we ever saying, hey, that's good, take your foot off the pedal. We're trying to press still, and you don't start thinking about that until well into the fourth quarter. And it's not even taking your foot off the gas where you're using clock and doing things like that.
We'll see how the Eagles handle that heading into Week 18. The Sixers are back on the floor in Memphis tonight, an 8 p.m. tip-off against the Grizzlies. You can get that game live here on the Fanatic. Joel Embiid questionable. Flyers are still out on the West Coast. They play Vancouver tonight. 10 p.m. puck drop. That game on WMMR. Zach Berman of The Athletic joins us at 7:40. Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone with AutoZone. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the Best Birds coverage. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
sports media. I'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. You can text in at 610-632-0975. You know how I feel about the Eagles offense. I don't think that they're all of a sudden going to figure it out. A lot of you, however, believe that they will or can. Well, how? That's all I'm asking. How will the Eagles offense all of a sudden figure it out? Now, look, maybe you are somebody that truly believes that the defense can win them 3 to 4 games. So there's two defenses that everybody thinks of. 85 Bears and the 2000-2001 Ravens, right? Those are the two when oh man, they're not the 85 Bears. Like, those are the two teams that are always brought up about defenses. So in 1985, those Bears won 21-0, 24-0, and 46-10. They gave up 10 total points in the playoffs.
That's pretty good.
That's freaking amazing, dude. And then the Ravens, 21-3, 24-10, 16-3, and then won the Super Bowl 34-7. So only one team scored double-digit points in all 4 playoff games that the Ravens played in. If the Eagles' defense is holding teams to 10 points in every single playoff game, then one, they need to be in the conversation of the 85 Bears and the 2000 Ravens, right? The 25 Eagles. I said it yesterday. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl and put together numbers like that defensively, we have to start saying the 85 Bears, the 2000 Ravens, and the 25 Eagles. We have to. Especially, especially in this era of football. The one big difference between this era and back in 1985, with all due respect to the Chicago Bears, is teams can fill it a lot more. Teams throw it a lot more. Offenses and the way they've evolved have changed drastically. That's why the game is so beautiful. It's not just 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore, which I sometimes appreciate. But if the Eagles do what the 2000 Ravens did and the 85 Bears did, they have to be in the conversation. If they hold teams to 10 points, yeah, the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. They are. Can they do it? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, and if Tyrese Maxey is prime LeBron James, the Sixers might have a shot at something. Like, to expect the Eagles defense, no matter how great they've been this year, to be in the company of those two teams, I think is an unfair bar to set even for them, which is why you're talking about the offense needing to improve.
Think about how bad this Eagles offense is, all right? Seriously. I had Bill Colarulo on this station. And I'm sorry for calling out Bill, but it wasn't just Bill. I know there were a lot of other people in the city. I also know there were a lot of Eagles fans that were so upset with the defensive performance against the Bears because they gave up 2 100-yard rushers. Yeah, you don't ever want that. You don't. Because it looked like they just out-physicaled you for 4 quarters. But as we have said numerous times on this show, they entered the fourth quarter down 10-9. Once more, if the Eagles offense had a clue that day, they win that football game. In the 2 100-yard rushers, we go, whatever. Eagles won that football game. But there were people that were blaming the defense for that loss. That's how bad it is for the Eagles offense. That we are blaming the Eagles defense for a loss against the Chicago Bears, where if the offense had somewhat of a clue, they win that football game, and we're not having those conversations. And that's why I keep on coming back to the offense. All right, what do you got on the text line?
All right, so we have another check-in here on this Eagles offense conversation. Devin in Glassboro says, the Rams just lost to the Falcons, and they got held to 24. Our defense will hold them to under 21. I feel much better about the Eagles' chances today.
Yeah, if you can hold every team to under 21, let's go. And there's a chance that they can. I'm not, like, this defense is really, really good. Again, 85 Bears, 2000 Ravens territory if they do what they are able to do in the playoffs. Can the Eagles score 24 points? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking for the Eagles offense to score 33 points. I think that's what gets lost in this conversation sometimes. I'm asking the Eagles to score 3 touchdowns and get a field goal. There are teams that score 2 touchdowns in a quarter. I need to see them score 3 touchdowns over the course of 4 quarters. I got 1 against Buffalo. And 2 field goal drives. In that conditions, I'll take it. But then they did nothing the entire second half. All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, am I old man yelling at clouds?
Probably.
Probably. The answer is usually yes when it comes to me. Something in sports media that I hate. Could you believe if he made this catch? So last night, if you guys were not watching the Rams-Falcons game, where, again, the Rams shocked the world by losing to Atlanta, they did have a chance to tie it at the end of the game where there was a play where Matthew Stafford throws a dime to Puka Nacua on the sideline. There was no timeouts left, so he had to catch the ball and get out of bounds for them to set up a field goal. It looked in real time like it was a catch. Further review, it was not a catch. Period. Story's over, in my opinion. But then I got my friends at ESPN. I have every sports network out there tweeting out, could you imagine if this was a catch? The slam dunk contest is the one that bothers me the most. They didn't complete the dunk. So why should that be a highlight? Could you imagine if they finished this dunk? Well, they didn't. Period. Is that old man yelling at clouds?
I mean, yeah, I get you're not wrong, but I don't know how you have it in you for that to bother you all that much.
He didn't make the catch.
Yeah.
Like, no, like I watched with my own eyes. I still remember it was my wife's 21st birthday. We were doing the countdown to midnight. You know how some bars will hook you up?
Yeah.
No, you're not. It's not midnight yet. I was out with my girlfriend at the time, my wife now, her and her friends, and the Odell Beckham Jr. catch happened.
Wild.
And I was watching it at a bar, and I was like, that's the greatest catch that I've ever seen, and will probably go down as the greatest catch I've ever seen. Now, there have been other ones since then that rival it. But I've seen the greatest catches, right? Like, if we're doing the top 100 plays of all time, you're not putting non-catches into it.
Sure, but it's a momentary thing. Like, no one, when we hit tomorrow, there is not going to be anyone tweeting out the Puka Nacua almost catch. It's just in the moment. People want to put that because it is a highlight, even though it's an almost catch.
It was a hell of a catch, like quote unquote. The fact that he fell to the ground with the ball in his hands, but by rule it was not a catch because it exited his hands after he put his feet in bounds. I digress. Like, I watched that Omar Cooper Jr. this year make one of the most ridiculous game-winning touchdown grabs in college football this year. Which and forget putting college in front of it, just football. Period.
Was that the Indiana one?
That was the Indiana one against Penn State. Back of the end zone. Like, it didn't make sense with science. Like the way gravity works. And I'm not
explain
Mr.
to me
Science.
gravity real
I'm not
quick.
it keeps me down. It's the reason why I'm not in the NBA. Like, I watched that catch actually happen. Somebody not actually completing the catch does not deserve a highlight to me.
Which is why when the college football playoff ends and there's a national champion, they show the top whatever plays of the year, one of those is going to be on there. And when they show the top whatever plays in the NFL season or the Rams season, the Puka Nacua almost catch will not be on there. It was just an in the moment, something happens, almost you do the what if for engagement and you move on.
So at 215J Philly on our YouTube chat, you just described LeBum's whole career. How? What are you?
No, we don't even have time for that. Like,
I know he's a LeBron hater.
Yeah.
Big time. But, like, what do you...
You know how this works.
A Puka Nacua almost catch is describing LeBron's whole career?
Eagles offense stinks. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? Just 6-1.
What do we got on the text line? Can anybody tell me how the offense will get better? Because that's the thing that I keep getting attacked for, that I don't think it's going to get better. I'm a negative ninny because I don't think the Eagles offense is going to get better as tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Go ahead.
Is a little late. Lance checks in from Tampa via Philadelphia.
Okay.
He says the reason why I'm still confident is because the field is not that good, plain and simple. Not afraid of Sam Darnold. Rams are inconsistent. Niners will be the Lions of last year with injuries. Chicago's not ready, and the Packers are just the Packers. They're not that good. It's looking at those other teams that gives me the confidence in the Eagles.
Okay. And we had that discussion, like 2 weeks? It was last week, right? When John was out, we had the do you evaluate your own team more than other teams? And even 2 weeks ago, Joe, we talked about it a couple of times. Last year, I was so confident in the Eagles that I did not have to worry about the Eagles. I was looking at what other teams were doing. And the number one team that gave me any bit of fear was Detroit. And I kept on saying, I don't know how they can keep winning with all these injuries. And eventually it caught up to them. I don't have that confidence in the Eagles this year to say, yeah, but look at the other team's flaws. Sure, they're all flawed. It's a flawed conference. But I can't just ignore the Eagles' flaws because other teams have flaws.
Yeah, you say that. I think
the Sean McVay stat that I gave you, they were shut out in the first half yesterday. It's the third time in his career where he has had a team get shut out for a half. Third time in 161 games. It's happened to the Eagles 4 times this year.
Yes. Okay, so last year, I think the Rams are the perfect example of what you're talking about, that divisional round matchup. Because that was the team where you had to be better than them on the given day. They weren't going to get themselves out. So you needed to end their season. They were a team that matched up well with you, which is why they played you tightest. But Green Bay, you could have looked at that team and been like, that's why they're not going to win. Minnesota, same way. Washington, even though they knocked off the 1 seed, rookie quarterback, like, what are we talking about here? They had weaknesses. You look around the playoff picture from last year, and even if we did not have the confidence in the Eagles that we had, you could have talked yourself out of what? 5 of the other NFC playoff teams? I think you can potentially do that with 5 again this year.
Okay. That's good. Look, I'm glad. Look, I'm glad there are people that are confident or talking themselves into confidence. That's good. I'm glad. I have not been able to do that for myself just yet.
We're working on it. Maybe by 10.
Joe the Cynic checks in. He's the same with me as golf broadcasts, saying an approach shot couldn't get any better. He said it didn't go in, so it could have been better.
Okay, you understand what there's...
You know what? That's actually not a bad take.
Yes, it is.
That shot couldn't have been any
Joe.
better. Yes, it could have been.
Obviously.
If it went in, it's better. He's not wrong.
We can't use hyperbole anymore. Come on now.
Not on this show, apparently. All right, coming up next, we had a topic on our post-show headlines YouTube show that we do almost every single day, and I want to bring it to the air. And then at the bottom of this hour, we're going to do an exercise off of it, all of you. Not just me and Connor. I want YouTube involved. I want texters. I want callers. I want, tweeters. But coming up next, all the love in the world for the defense. The reason why you would get to a Super Bowl, I think we all agree with that, regardless of how you feel about the offense. Is the Eagles' defense the best unit in the NFC? Both sides of the ball. Johnny out today. I'm Andrew Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I disagree with Dylan's Christmas gift. He said to stop singing. I want more singing from Dylan. All right, a couple things. Number one, can Mother Nature cut it out with this wind? I'm done.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I'm winded out. All right. Last stupid suburban rules, bulk trash day was once a month. Stupid. Bulk trash day. I saw all the toys that were unwrapped from Santa, all the boxes. They're all over the place in my neighborhood. 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm moving things because I feel bad. 4 o'clock in the morning. The wind's got to stop.
Probably why they did it. They're like, that Salciunas guy across the street wakes up early. He'll probably fix it.
So the wind's conspiring against me.
Or people are putting their trash out just like willy-nilly saying, we know. He'll take care of it.
No. I have good neighbors. That's not the case. All right. So post-show headlines, something that we do every single day on our YouTube feed. 97.5 The Fanatic. Just search it. It's there. On Mondays, after an Eagles game, we do our post-game edition. And we got into a conversation, Johnny and I, about this Eagles defense. And he asked an interesting question, which I then asked a follow-up question that's going to piss all of you off. The interesting question was, in the NFC, is the Eagles defense the best unit of all the playoff teams? To me, the answer is yes. So offense, defense, forget special teams. Offense, defense. Is the Eagles defense the best unit in the NFC?
You can make an argument for a couple more. You can make an argument for Seattle's defense. I think you could still, with Devontae Adams healthy, make an argument for the Los Angeles Rams offense.
So I said with a healthy Devontae Adams, they are the closest team to the Eagles defense. The Rams offense, with Nakua, a healthy Devontae Adams, with Matthew Stafford, obviously, regardless of what happened last night, the Rams offense is the second best unit. And John agreed, saying razor thin, like 1-2.
I think you could sneaky look at the Bears defense, too, for a different reason.
They turn the ball over.
Dude, they're so good at creating takeaways. And the turnover differential is a huge indicator of who's going to win football games.
Yeah, well, hey, trust me, that's all the Eagles care about is the turnover differential. The Bears defense, I don't think, is like great. But to your point, they're good at turning the football over. I mean, they gave up 42 points to the Niners. They gave up 28 to the Packers, 28 to the Steelers with Mason Rudolph, 42 to the Bengals, and that was a Joe Flacco Bengals. That wasn't even Joe Burrow. They're not dominant, but to your point, in that fine facet of the game of turning the football over, yeah, they're good. But I think the Eagles' defense is the number one unit in the NFC. I then asked if the offense is the worst unit.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Which it's not.
Not even close. It's not even close. Stop it. These are champagne problems, and you need to understand that. And even though you got Corbell, you're not drinking, like, just sitting on the corner drinking Old English, all right?
Now we sip champagne when we're thirsty. About that. You weren't ready for that one.
All right, Biggie, move on.
But then I started talking about this, not just about the offense. And it's interesting because you sent me a topic. You were thinking about sort of the window, and it's kind of where Johnny and I discussed a little bit on post-show headlines about how long we could see this Eagles defense be dominant. Right? Like last year was such a surprise. Not that they were good, but that they were elite. They were the 30th ranked defense just 2 years ago. And then last year, they were the number one ranked defense. Like that, Vic Fangio never needs to buy another beer in this town ever again for that alone. And now he's following that up with, in terms of points per game, the third best defense in the NFL. But I could make the case if you put points per game away, they're toward the top, and somebody might say, why would you do that? Where do you think I'm going to go to? If the Eagles offense can sustain drives, they don't give up as many points because they're not on the field as long. And that, again, is not an unfair belief about this Eagles team. The Eagles defense, I think, has run the fifth most plays per game this year. Fifth most. Now, the Seahawks, I believe, are in the top 5 as well, but they have more explosive touchdowns where it's like 1 or 2 drives they score, or 1 or 2 plays on a drive they score.
Yeah, they're out there because their team is scoring quickly.
Eagles have not really been able to do that. So I don't think, again, as I'm trying to have this conversation where I am not saying anything unfair, the responses from a lot of you are just, let me just throw stones. I'm trying to say everything as fair as possible. The Eagles' defense, I believe, is the best unit in football, regardless of statistics, because if the offense carried their weight a little bit, they would be number 1. So then we start talking about how long this could go. Look, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are in their 2nd year. You have guys on the line of scrimmage that you're going to pay, and let's say they don't pay Jordan Davis. Moro Ojomo is a hell of a player. I saw somebody tweet out that he has more sacks this year than Milton Williams did last year. And think about how we talked about Milton Williams last year. We talked about Milton Williams being a guy that was a key cog to the Eagles' defense last year. And there's a reason why he was going to get paid and you weren't going to be able to afford him staying here. And now he's with one of the better teams in the AFC. By the way, hand raised, that's one where I got wrong.
Yeah, the Patriots.
Well,
and
no,
Milton Williams in general.
Milton Williams. I thought Milton Williams got paid because of Jalen Carter. Credit to Milton Williams. He has gone over there as the guy on the defensive line and has been spectacular. Like, he has deserved damn near every penny that he's gotten this year from the New England Patriots.
We want to be a defensive tackle factory? Is that what we're going to hear from Howie Roseman?
Well, they are. They have been for 20 years. The defensive line, it's D-line and O-line. They have been for 20 years. So coming up next, I want to do an exercise. Because then we start talking about who you pay. Which it starts getting a little dicey here. So I have 9 names. Write them down as I say them. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Jalen Phillips, Jalix Hunt, Nakobe Dean, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Reed Blankenship. Of those 9 names, from 1 to 9, 1 being the most important, who are you paying? To least important, which means that person's not going to be on the team much longer. I want to do that exercise next. There's some names that I left off. I'll explain more why coming up next. I think you can figure out why. Like Zach Bond, he just got paid. And Adoree Jackson, like, he's not a part of your future plans. This is about the future. Rank those 9 names in order of who you think is most important to pay. We'll do that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A seeding surprise on Monday Night Football. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles' playoff picture is starting to get more clear as Week 17 is wrapped up. The Rams falling to the Falcons surprisingly last night on Monday Night Football means the 6th seed in the NFC now comes down to the Niners and Rams. And with the Eagles currently sitting in the 3 seed, they would match up with that 6th-seeded team if the playoffs started today. But the Birds also still have a chance for the 2 seed if they're able to beat Washington and Chicago loses to Detroit. So Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday, and he talked about the strategy going into that.
There's still things up in the air as far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's pretty similar to where we were last week. We'll end up doing what we think's the best for the team, and we're still thinking through that. That's not a decision I have to make today.
Eagles will take on the Commanders 4:25 p.m. on Sunday with a lot still to be determined. The Sixers are back on the floor in Memphis tonight, an 8 p.m. tip-off against the Grizzlies. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Joel Embiid, questionable for tonight's game. Flyers out on the West Coast still. They'll play in Vancouver tonight, 10 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game live on WMMR as they take on the Canucks. Zach Berman at The Athletic joins us coming up at 7:40 for his thoughts on what the Eagles did in Buffalo. This update is brought to you by Indeed.com. Stop just hoping the right applicants find your job. Sponsor it on Indeed and match with quality talent. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Again, that's Indeed.com/credit. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Unfortunately, Juicy is not in the system, so we had to go hypnotize. After our YouTube chat is currently just going toe to toe with the Juicy lyrics right now.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, this is why I love the YouTube chat, because they've built their own little community. You could be a part of it too. Just watch the show on YouTube, search 97.5 The Fanatic, hit the live button. You'll get Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny out until Friday this week. And then it continues middays with Marks. Johnny Marks is on YouTube as well. And then obviously Unfiltered is on NBC Sports Philadelphia. All right. So I want to do this exercise. And before I even get into it, our man MBD on our YouTube chat said, those lists of names that Chunas just gave is why I'm not keeping A.J. Brown. Because you have to start thinking about how you're going to allocate your money to the defense. So when we talked about this on post-show headlines yesterday about paying the defense, one of my follow-up questions was just how different could the offense look next year? Because you're going to have to start figuring out how to have money at your disposal. You'll have guys that are still under contract, but you know how the NFL is. If you have 1 year left on your deal, you have no years left on your deal.
Exactly.
They start holding out, or they work on their deals. And the credit to Howie Roseman, he usually gets ahead of it. Right? Like Jordan Davis, next year will be his 5th year. Remember the whole song and dance of whether or not they pick up his 5th year option. Next year will be his 5th year. Does Jordan Davis after this season say, I'm not showing up until I get a contract? I'm not saying he's that type of person or that type of player. I think anybody's entitled to that.
Business is business.
Business is business. But I don't know. Jordan Davis might say that. This offseason, he might say, yeah, I need a new deal before I come back. We saw the Trey Hendricks. How many teams do we see it every single year it happened with?
Yeah, so this summer when I was filling in on afternoons and not texting you guys back,
yes,
I had a conversation that made Ricky and Silvana, we argued about this for legitimately a week.
Okay.
Of just, does Jalen Hurts have more he has to prove? Because as this progresses, you're going to have to see him start to do more with less, because the offensive side of the ball is going to drop off in talent because of how much you have to pay the defense.
It's why I've been disappointed with Hurts this year. This past week, I do not believe was his fault.
No.
That second half, I appreciate the film reviewer people. They basically put out what I was saying yesterday morning. Before they put out the film, I was basically confirmed what I saw. The game plan was so bad in the second half, you could not put it on Jalen Hurts. Seriously. Jalen Hurts, I think, had one bad of the 7 attempts. I saw somebody break it down. Of the 7 pass attempts, he had one bad throw.
Yeah, the one to AJ that was kind of a tight window that probably shouldn't have been thrown.
Other than that, there was nobody open. He had to throw it away. He had to force into tight windows the Devontae overturned catch. Jalen was great. But to your point, Jalen's going to need to step up. And I thought he needed to this year, because my point has been proven correct. Again, that defenses are going to do whatever they can to take away Saquon Barkley. I've been saying that ever since the Jeremy Fowler thing came out. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, and he's ranked 9th among executives at the quarterback position. Saquon number 1. You knew what they were going to do this year. Try to take away Saquon Barkley, and it's worked, even though the Eagles have 11 wins. So I gave you 9 names. I didn't go in any order. I just went, defensive line to the back. It's the safeties. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Jalen Phillips, Jalix Hunt, Nakobe Dean, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship. Those 9 names, from number 1 most important to number 9 in your opinion least important, that you need to lock up. The reason why I have these 9 names, we're going to have these conversations soon, or already are having these conversations. I don't have Zach Bond on here because he got paid. I don't have Adoree Jackson and Marcus Epps because they're not a part of your future. Yeah, you can get them back on 1-year deals. They're not a part of your big picture future. I probably should add Moro Ojomo to this list because he's entering, I think, next year's his final year of his deal.
I believe so, but we know that he's kind of a secondary or tertiary player on the defense. He's been really good.
Hell of a secondary player.
Yeah, he deserves credit, but we're not putting him in this conversation with these guys.
So here's how I ranked it. And I wonder where everybody else is. And I wonder where you are. I have Jalen Carter, number 1, the guy that you need to lock up. I saw a defensive line look really good when he was out because of his shoulder injuries. And then I saw a defensive line look even better when he came back. He is that freaking good. I may be wrong about Milton Williams. I still believe that Jalen Carter got Milton Williams paid. Credit to Milton Williams then taking his career to another level in New England. I have Quinyon Mitchell number 2. If I can have a lockdown corner that is taking away the top receiver on any NFL team, I need to keep that. I have Cooper DeJean number 3. I believe the slot corner position is a position that is, I think, so overlooked in the NFL. Got ripped for it this offseason when I said I believe it's the most important position, especially with the way offenses work these days.
I'll say right now, we are perfect through the first 3, your list
that?
and my list.
Slot corners, sometimes the best corners line up in the slot. Travis Kelce lines up in the slot, and Cooper DeJean has to stop all those guys. And you know what? He does. I have Jalen Phillips number 4. There's a reason why this pass rush got better after they acquired him. Plain and simple. I have Jordan Davis number 5. I love interior defensive linemen. I would love to see Jordan Davis stay. But if I have to pick between one or the other, we're picking Jalen Carter. I have Jalix Hunt at 6. Nakobe Dean at 7. Nolan Smith at 8. And to no surprise for anybody, I have Reed Blankenship at 9.
What a shocker there.
Nolan Smith, the only reason why he's so low is the health. I think he is a great player. But I'll also say this. Before the season started, when we were doing these Myles Garrett talks and Trey Hendrickson talks, there were people that said no to trading Nolan Smith, as if he's any of those players. And he's not. He's a good player. But we sometimes overvalue some of the players that play here and overrate because they were our draft picks. Nolan Smith is a very good player, and I love the guy. But between his injury history, the viciousness in which he plays, which leads to the injuries, it's not because of fluke. Like, he's a vicious player. He gets himself hurt. I can't lock this guy up. And all these players, by the way, could get multi-year deals in the NFL. So Carter, Mitchell, DeJean, Phillips, Davis, Hunt, Dean, Smith, Blankenship. The only reason why Dean is low, also injuries. And you did draft Jahad Campbell. Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason why you drafted him. What do you have?
We got a little squirrely at 4, so I agree with your top 3 completely. It's Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. Now, at 4 for me, I have Jordan Davis.
Okay.
I think the leadership part is really important. People talked about, oh, Reed Blankenship's going to be the leader of this defense, and maybe he has been behind the scenes. I'm not in the locker room every day, but Jordan Davis is a guy that a lot of people have pointed to, and I think that's a dude that I don't know how much he's going to get paid. A lot of our differences are because of me trying to nickel and dime what you could potentially pay.
Sure.
I don't have Jalen Phillips on here till 7.
Okay.
I have Jordan Davis at 4. I have Jalix Hunt at 5, and I have Nolan Smith at 6. Another part of the reason why I have those 3 guys over Jalen Phillips is because I think Phillips is going to be expensive.
He could be.
And I
You
think
know why?
Well, because he's really good.
Because he's better than both those players.
But rolling into a season with Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt on the outside, I do not think is a deficiency. I think you could do better than that. But I think Vic Fangio as well can get those guys to a place where they're going to create enough issues.
I'll just say there's a reason why we talked about for months whether or not they should trade for a defensive end. For months. Now, Nolan Smith was hurt for a period of that time. But there's a reason why before the season started, that was I had more concern for the pass rush than cornerback 2. I did.
Yeah, you always do, though. You're a pass rush
I'm a
guy.
pass rush guy, yeah.
And, hey, Brandon Graham's going to play his 38th season next year, so maybe he'll go back
he'll
to
be
the edge.
around. Yeah, I don't have him on the list of names.
Then I have Nakobe Dean 8th for the same reason you brought. You paid Zach Bond. You have Jahad Campbell. I think Nakobe Dean's an awesome player.
Yeah, I do too.
But that's the number one place on this defense where you can afford to let somebody go. And then Reed Blankenship is 9 just because he hasn't been great this year. He's one of the older ones in this grouping. You have Drew Makuba, who, when he comes back and is healthy next season, I'm excited to see what he can be. And I think you can find in free agency a Reed Blankenship a lot easier than you can find some of these guys at the ages they are.
Yeah, I think so too. Dawood said, Andrew, you just named damn near the entire defense. Yeah, the defense is that good, you have to start worrying about who you're paying. All these guys are either entering a final year or they're entering that point where you're saying, all right, we got to start working on contract extensions because that's what Howie Roseman does. Right? Like, Howie is a guy that will do things 2 years in advance. It's what makes him such a great GM in the NFL. So if you want to climb in on the text line, call in or YouTube, if you want to give your 1 through 9 of those names, the person you need to bring back the most to the person where you go, yeah, if they didn't pay him, I'd be all right with it? I wonder how many people have Jalen Carter at number 1.
I think it's got to be everybody. I don't know how much people look at the shoulders thing and the whole spitting incident and personal fouls and evaluate that. But at the end of the day, he's probably the best player on this defense. And if not, he's number 2 to Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, look, the spitting thing was bad. I don't know if that happens again. Like, look, he's a maniac on the field. He's going to get flagged for something. Like, we know that he is. A guy believes he purposely tried to gouge his eyes out, which I don't think is true.
No.
But, yeah, I mean, Jalen Carter, but that adds to his dominance. Like,
yeah.
Like, the dude's a beast.
The other thing we do have to consider while you're putting this list together, Dallas Goedert, you're going to have to figure out either a replacement or paying him.
I don't think they're bringing him back.
I don't think so either.
I think he's going to get a multi-year deal.
Lane Johnson, at this point, it's more necessary than ever to figure out who the succession plan is to Lane Johnson. And then you got to figure out the AJ situation, too. So there's more on the offense, not that we're talking about that, but a lot to consider for Howie Roseman.
Well, you're going to see the swing where you pay the defensive guys and the offensive guys are not getting paid as much. And maybe the offense will then carry the defense because that's how it's going now.
Maybe should be doing their part a little bit more this year anyway. But
how many millions of dollars on that offense?
Too many for what you're getting.
All right, coming up next, Zach Berman joins us. I have a very specific set of questions I want to ask Zach Berman, who does a great job covering the Eagles for The Athletic. How happy is the offense after games like Sunday? Like, it's one thing for them to say, we got to start carrying our weight. It's another thing, like, how they truly feel considering it's December 30th. The defense, on the other hand, I hope is having a damn party every single week. It's Kincade Salciunas, Johnny out today, 97.5 The Fanatic. Joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From The Athletic, does a tremendous job covering the Eagles for The Athletic. Also a tremendous author of books, Underdogs, The Franchise, and the most recent book, Leap Year, when the Eagles won, of course, Super Bowl 59. If you did not get somebody a gift and you realize, oh, damn, I forgot to get somebody a gift, perfect time to do that as we are about to start 2026. Zach, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me on, and appreciate the introduction.
Oh, of course, man. Thanks for coming on as always. You're tremendous. Always love having you on. And I did not give you a homework assignment this time, but I knew exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So you're there every single week, and I'm curious, based off of your conversations with players around the locker room, let's start with the defense, because that's the positive, right? That's the beautiful thing with this Eagles defense. Do you get a sense that these guys are walking around like they're almost untouchable? Like there is a sense of confidence that they are one of the best defenses in Eagles franchise history and should be in conversations where we talk about great defenses in NFL history?
Well, the confidence part, yes, absolutely. You know, I do sense that. The untouchable part, like I do think it's a group of players that feels like each week, you know, they kind of need to, I don't want to say prove themselves, but like there's something to be done each week. That's not just showing up. And I think the Bears game really instilled that. You know, the Bears game was humbling for that group, especially after the way they played against Detroit and Green Bay. And really now we've seen that Bears game was an outlier. And other than that, and I guess the second half against the Cowboys, they've just been terrific, particularly since the bye. So, yeah, I definitely get the sense of the confidence that group has. But I also get the sense that, like, each week they feel like, you know, Vic's putting a plan together and they need to execute it.
Who leads that charge, that confidence that they feel? Like, who's the guy that says we are one of the best defenses in the NFL? Or who leads the charge after that Bears game? Because we've seen in sports, players or teams get fat and happy after success. They were the best defense in the NFL last year, and they're coming close to repeating that. So who leads that charge for them?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Davis is a big leader in that room, and he's really emerged as one this year. I mean, Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean. No, I hesitated with Nakobe because he's banged up right now. But throughout the season, when he's been healthy, yeah, he's one of those guys. Bond's a captain. Reed Blankenship in the back end, along with Cooper DeJean too, are you know, guys who are, you know, vocal in that regard. But I would say Jordan Davis is a name that's really emerged this year into one of the like the more vocal leaders in that group.
So, Zach, right before we brought you on, Connor and I did a bit of an exercise where I gave 9 members of the Eagles defense that are nearing a payday or you have to start thinking about it, right? Because we know that Howie likes to work ahead of schedule. Those 9 names, Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalen Phillips, Jordan Davis, Jalix Hunt, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, Reed Blankenship. I'm not going to ask you to order 1 through 9, but who are like the top 3 players where you say the Eagles will do whatever they can to make sure these guys are a part of the Eagles for many years to come?
Yeah, Jalen Carter's number 1. And he should be. I mean, he's one of the best players in football, and he's the guy you kind of build a defense around. So I would start with Jalen Carter, and I think Jordan Davis honestly is getting, you know, close to that in terms of just a rare player. Now, along the edge, you know, my answers changed during this year in that I can't tell you that the organization will feel it this way. I really like what Jalen Phillips brings. I mean, when I'm talking about investing in someone, I'm looking at traits and attributes too, and you just can't teach, you know, 6'5" and a half and 260 with the motor that he has, the athleticism that he has. I understand there's been an injury history there. He's someone I would really try to keep, and you know, I probably would have answered Nolan Smith that before the season, but if I had to choose between Phillips and Nolan Smith, you know, I mean, I might say Jalen Phillips at this point, right? Although you don't have to make that decision yet. You know, Nolan Smith, you can keep under contract here for 2 more years if you use that 5th-year option. Jalix Hunt, Jalix Hunt's really emerging, and I think he's going to keep getting better. I feel like, you know, as good as Nakobe Dean's been, you took Jihad Campbell in the first round, and that's it's tough because Nakobe's the kind of guy you want in your building and you want on your defense. But this goes back to like resource allocation, right? If you take Jihad Campbell, you're taking Jihad Campbell to get on the field, and waiting 3 years potentially. We'll see what happens with Zach Bond, but beyond next season. But I would want Campbell on the field sooner than later. I'd probably put Blankenship last in that group, and that's not a knock on Reed Blankenship. It's just when you look at how the Eagles have spent money on that second contract, it's not usually the mid-level deal. They've gone like the big contracts and then rookie deals. And Reed Blankenship's more of like a middle-class type player in the NFL.
Zach Berman from The Athletic joins us here on the Comcast Business Hotline. Now, the reason why we do all that is because, A, time-wise, you're going to have to pay some of these players. B, there's a necessity because it's no mystery that the Eagles are 11-5 because of their defense, more so than their offense this year. So I want to go back to the first question I asked you about sort of the vibe in the Eagles locker room when you talk to the players on the defense. What is it like for the members of the Eagles offense? Because I don't know how many more times I can hear a player say, we got to carry our weight a little bit more, or if we figure this out, we're going to be scary, which is what Saquon Barkley said, considering it's December 30th. Do players truly feel like there's something that they're going to figure out, or is that just something that they're saying right now?
It's a good question. I wish I had a strong answer for you on it. I mean, I think, look, there's players in that room. Most of them, honestly, have been here, if not all 5 years, 4 of the 5 years under Sirianni, and really during this great run that they've had with 2 Super Bowls. And so I think there is that almost flip a switch mentality that, all right, they'll get it right. They'll make it work. But we're talking on December 30th, and I mean it's been like alarmingly bad at times this year. Now it hasn't come back and bitten them. They're 11-5. They've made it happen when they needed to. But yeah, I mean you just look at the offensive numbers. They're down relative. You can't even just look at the rest of the league. Just the 5 years of Sirianni, it's the lowest that they've been. So I do think there's almost that flip the switch mentality. You see that sometimes like in the NBA playoffs, but I mean, if you're going to flip the switch, this is the time to do it. The games, you're in elimination next week.
Now I got to ask you, I talked to you about it last week. You believed they would value rest more than seeding. Now that we know that the 2 seed is still up for grabs, have you changed your opinion on what you would do or what you believe the Eagles will do this coming Sunday against the Commanders?
Well, it's different between what I would do and what I think the Eagles are going to
Okay.
do. I think the Eagles are going to rest players, and for 2 reasons there. Number one, I think that they've seen the value of that bye week. Once when they earned it in 22, last year when they took it in week 18, and they thought that was a big deal going into the playoffs. They're also they haven't had these major injuries, and they're going to go into the playoffs relatively healthy, especially if you get a week to rest up a bit. So that's where I think they are leaning. Me personally, if I were Nick Sirianni, I would play my starters this game. I understand you need help from Chicago from Detroit, and that's not guaranteed. And so you could go out there, play your guys 60, 80 snaps, and then you don't even get the 2 seed. But I think that the chances of the 2 seed and playing the Packers in the first round, honestly, compared to the Niners or the Rams, like I would want that if I were the Eagles. I would want to do everything I can to ensure that. The tricky part is it's not just winning in. If it was win and get the 2 seed, I think they might approach it differently. But it's win and get help, and I think they'll value rest. I don't know that for certain, but that's what I think.
Zach, listen, man, great stuff as always. Always appreciate you coming on the show. Always appreciate reading your work on The Athletic. Check out his books as well. Amazon, any bookstore, right, for all the books you got?
Exactly. Anywhere books are sold.
You're the man, Zach. We appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Zach Berman on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, coming up next, we're going to dive deeper into that rest versus seating at some point in the 8 o'clock hour. But I need 4 callers right now at 610-632-0975. The first 4 callers will be placed on hold, and you're going to play a game. We have a pair of Sixers tickets to give away for the January 14th game against the Cavs. A nice little game there. We're going to play a game called When Did He Say It? I'll explain more coming up next, but I need my 4 lucky contestants now to call in at 610-632-0975. Your chance to win a pair of Sixers tickets by playing When Did He Say It? It's Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny out today, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Not letting off the gas. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles, well, according to Nick Sirianni, and who you'll hear from in a second, are not doing that. And with the playoff picture starting to get more clear and Week 17 wrapping up, maybe that's the right thing. The Rams fell to the Falcons last night on Monday Night Football, so the 6th seed in the NFC comes down to the Niners and the Rams, and the Eagles as the 3 seed would match up with that 6th-seeded team right now. But the Birds still have a shot at the 2 seed. And Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday, and he talked about the Eagles not looking to take their foot off the gas.
By no means are we ever saying, hey, that's good, take your foot off the pedal. Like, we're trying to press still, and you don't start thinking about that until well into the 4th quarter. And it's not even taking your foot off the gas where you're using clock and doing things like that.
Whether it's game plan or how they're planning on using players, I should say. That's where Nick Sirianni is at mentally. The Eagles play the Commanders 4:25 on Sunday. A lot still to be figured out. Sixers are on the floor in Memphis tonight, an 8 p.m. tip-off against the Grizzlies. That game live here on the Fanatic. Flyers on the West Coast playing the Canucks in Vancouver, 10 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that on WMMR. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour later on in the show. This update is brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
7 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. I have a pair of Sixers Cavs tickets to give away. Get your tickets at Philadelphia76ers.com for the Sixers Cavs game on January 14th. We had 4 people lined up. 2 people dropped during the break because everybody's impatient. Can't wait 3 minutes. So we have 2 open slots. Call in now, 610-632-0975. We already have Sean and Natalie ready to go. 2 more contestants, 610-632-0975. The game that we're playing is When Did He Say It? And he is Nick Sirianni. So yesterday, we're doing the show, and obviously we're reacting to the Eagles' win over the Bills, which was an impressive win, just not impressive for the offense. And Nick Sirianni, during his post-game press conference, had this to say.
I think it's multiple things. Obviously, this has happened to us before, this season. We have to do a better job of helping them be in positions to succeed. I got to help. I put it on myself. I got to help, with some things there, with some things that I know we want to get called. Kevin did a good job in that first half, but I got to help in that second half a little bit, getting some things that we want to get called there, in execution. It's everything, right? And so obviously I'm not going to get too much into it. I have some thoughts, and we'll go back and look at it, but a lot of things that we can do differently and better there in the second half.
So I heard that clip listening to the press conference after the game on Sunday. We played it a few times during the show yesterday. And I'm sitting there going, I've heard this man say this 100 times this year. It's part of the reason why I'm so upset with the Eagles offense. I'm kind of doing this game to be a jerk, but I also want people to have a chance to win Sixers tickets.
We all fertilize.
I've heard Nick Sirianni say, we got to figure it out, got to get him in a better position 600 different ways this year. So what I want out of our 4 contestants is to tell us when he said the clips that we have at our disposal. So we'll get our 4 contestants lined up. Shukri in the back is getting the names and the locations going. When we have that ready to go, we'll start. So, Connor, hit me with a text message. Again, our topic today has been about the Eagles offense and my feelings toward the Eagles' chances of getting to the Super Bowl or not getting to the Super Bowl because of them. And I've been trying to have fair conversation, which is something that has been lost in society, where it's we disagree with each other, so you're an ass face. Like, no, let's have logical conversation. If you believe the Eagles offense will figure things out in the next 2 weeks, all right, week 18 and round 1 of the playoffs, how are they going to do that? What is it that they're going to figure out? Because that is what I can't find an answer to. It's why I feel the way that I do. What do we got?
John in Tennessee checks in. This is a perfect lead into what we're about to do. Phrases like, we need to figure it out, and still looking for our identity sound like code phrases for we all know the problem but can't throw blank under the bus. Coaches, Jalen, O-line, question mark?
I don't even know. Look, it's been a weird couple of weeks where it was Patullo's fault, then it was Sirianni's fault, then it was all Jalen Hurts' fault. I still go back to there's one difference, and it's the offensive coordinator. And Nick Sirianni has admitted, well, there have been reports that he's been more involved with the offensive game plans recently. And you also heard him in the press conference Sunday say, if there's a play that I don't like, I can't get in Kevin Patullo's ear. He's admitting that there are play calls that he does not like. And the fact that the offense goes dead the way that it does week after week after week, clearly there's a problem. And to me, it starts with the offensive coordinator because that's the one big change. That, and, of course, the health of the offensive line. 610-632-0975. You can text in. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, we're going to go with Sean, Natalie, and Billy. So this is what we're going to do. Sean, Natalie, Billy, I hope you can all hear me. I'm going to bring up Sean first because he's caller 1. We're going to play the first clip. Sean is going to try to tell us what week that was said. Weeks 1 through 17. What week was it said? The person who is furthest away from getting the answer right will be eliminated. And then we'll play another clip. So let's start with Sean. Sean, you're on the Fanatic. Go ahead, Connor. Play the first clip of When Did He Say It?
Yeah, obviously we want to be better than what we were tonight, but every game's played a little bit different. Like the way the game is played sometimes is dictated of what's happening in the game, right? Make no mistake about it, our goal in every single game is to come out with a win.
All right. What week did he say it, Sean?
He said the Vikings game, Eagles-Vikings game.
All right. I'll put you on hold. Let's go to Natalie. Natalie, what week did he say that?
Week 4.
Week 4. All right. I'll put Natalie on hold. Let's go to Billy. Billy, what week did he say that?
Eagles-Packers.
All right. So the correct answer was Eagles-Lions, which means Natalie was the furthest one from it. So Natalie gets eliminated. So now we go back to Sean. Let's play the next clip of when did he say it.
Again, we're doing everything we can do to, find solutions, not assign blame. And we're a team, we're together. So it's always going to be an us thing.
All right. Sean, what week did he say it?
Eagles-Cowboys in Dallas, and they had a big collapse.
In Dallas. All right. I'll put you on hold. Billy, can you get closer than Sean?
I got Eagles-Bears.
It was not Eagles-Bears, and you guys are 1 week apart. Billy, you are not the winner. Sean gets the pair of Sixers tickets for the Sixers-Cavs game, January 14th. Get your Sixers tickets at Sixers.com. That was Eagles-Broncos, Week 5. We have 5 different clips. Yeah, play the Cowboys one that we just guessed.
We're always trying to be a balanced attack. I just think, again, we'll have to look at ourselves and look at the schemes, and then we're going to have to look at the execution and see what the issues were. We just weren't very efficient as an offense in that second half. I didn't really feel that we took our foot off the gas.
All right. Oh, my God. I swear he said that exact same. Wait, he said that yesterday.
Yeah, the foot off the gas thing.
He said that 2 days ago after the Bills game.
He's been saying the same stuff all year.
Play the Packers one because this was after a win.
Sometimes it's going to look really pretty. Sometimes it's not always going to look pretty in this league. We found a way to win. We'll be very critical. We're going to enjoy that. Like, I think sometimes it's like, hey, guys, like, we got to enjoy these wins. It's hard to come into this place against this team, well-coached, good players, and win a game. So we have to enjoy this.
I swear to God, that's word for word what he said Sunday.
Now, I saved that one for later on in the contest because you could tell by how sick he was if you listened to it. Guy had no voice coming off the bye week.
That's the same thing. Hard to come into this place and win. We're going to enjoy it. We're going to try to get better. To his credit, now the reason why I'm doing this game, Method to the Madness, to his credit, they really do find ways to win every single week. Almost every single week. 11-5 is no joke. And you said earlier in the show, and you're spot on, there are teams going into the playoffs where like the Panthers aren't making a run to the Super Bowl or the Bucks. The Ravens or Steelers, depending on who wins the AFC North, is not making some run to the Super Bowl. The Eagles being 11-5 with the roller coaster of a season that we have gone through makes it that much more impressive for him, Nick Sirianni. Now, can I say something where I bare my soul a little bit to you?
Absolutely. Nobody's listening.
He is so lucky they win football games. He would be mocked so much if they weren't that good.
See, you in an earlier segment said, I hate when they do the imagine if he caught this.
No, the walking off the field the other night and barking. Yo, dude, you won 13-12.
But he wins.
So I still don't like it. Like, I don't like the way he acts sometimes. There are people that do. I actually want to have this conversation later on this week. I think it's our man Jeff McDevitt, who does a great job with content about Philadelphia, not just sports, but Philadelphia in general. And he had a highlight reel of Nick Sirianni acting nuts, right? Jumping up on the bench. This is Frank! That kind of stuff. He had a highlight package of it, saying insane Sirianni's back. I love it. I don't think they win or lose because of his mood or his actions. Even though last year players did say they wanted him to open up a little bit, according to him. He was the one that said it. He's a lot sometimes, Nick. As I said yesterday, admirable and annoying. They win.
Best coach in franchise history.
He is. I don't deny. Doesn't mean I'm not annoyed by him sometimes. But he's the best coach. He is the best coach in Eagles franchise history. Period. You can't deny the success. All right, coming up next, second opinion segment. We do it every single Tuesday after an Eagles Sunday game. Anything that we didn't get into yesterday, sort of tie the bow on the previous week of what was such a fun day for the offense against the Bills. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny out today, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's 8:12 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic. Johnny out until Friday. No Amy Fadul today. She is under the weather. So maybe we can get in touch with her later this week. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe we'll check in with Amy. Just give her a call. I miss Amy because we didn't see her last week because of the holidays. I miss Amy.
Little house call?
Yeah.
I like that.
If she's all right with it, just check in. I wanted to do a fun segment today. Maybe we do it later this week. I don't know. I wanted to do something called Ask Me Amy Thing. Like Ask Me Anything. But it would be all Amy Fadul-related questions. And then you would obviously cycle out the weird ones because there would be weird questions. Yeah. So maybe we'll see if she can come in later this week.
Maybe we'll do an Ask Me and Andrew thing.
I would give every honest answer I would. And it would probably scare people because my brain works in weird ways.
Yes, it does.
One day, Connor, one day. All right, so I was scrolling through our YouTube feed, as I like to do during the commercial breaks. And BSTV Sports chimes in about the Nick Sirianni conversation, where I kind of bared my soul, where I said he's lucky that they win because he is kind of annoying. And I say that with love because sometimes we can say that our friends are annoying. Like, I love the fact that he's a successful head coach, the best coach in Eagles franchise history. But, I don't need him acting like they beat the Bills by 30. I don't need him in a Super Bowl pointing to the Chiefs sideline like they did in Super Bowl 57. I don't need that stuff. And then walking off the field in a regular season game the next year saying, I don't hear you now, Chiefs fans. And it's like, bro, you didn't get revenge. Winning a regular season game is not revenge compared to losing the Super Bowl.
See, the reason I love it so much is because I know it pisses off people outside the city more than it makes us annoyed.
It absolutely does. It's like Joel Embiid. When Joel Embiid was at his best, I loved that he was annoying because I knew how much it pissed off other cities. I knew it. So BSTV says, sometimes I think Nick was hired because he's Big Dom's cousin. He's embodied the city, though. Gotta love our guy. He's a mess, but he's our mess. He says he's hilarious. Sometimes I think he's just winging it. But then sometimes I think he's the greatest motivator in Philadelphia history. He might be. Every player talks about it, how great he is with his speeches leading up. I would like for him to be better with an offensive game plan. But, getting the team ready to play every given week is a very important task for a head coach that I think gets lost. When we talk, we how many times we've had this conversation? There are people that rank coaches. And they'll put Shanahan and McVay ahead of Nick Sirianni. It's because they run the offense, and we don't really know what Nick does. But we know that Nick wins. And to me, that should be the biggest thing. But when we're talking about the offense potentially being the reason why you lose games or will lose games in the playoffs, he needs to right that ship soon. And the reason why we did that game last segment is because I hear the same thing every week. And that's got to change now. Because you're entering Week 18. All right, we do this every single Tuesday after the Eagles play on a Sunday. Time now for our second opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
I know it's been talked about a lot this year. But after being nominated for the Pro Bowl, I don't know. Am I watching something different than the voters for Cam Jurgens?
Yeah, it's reputation alone. It has to be.
Look, I believe he's banged up. I believe Landon Dickerson is banged up. Lane Johnson has clearly been out with an injury. Jordan Mailata has been open about him not feeling the same as he has in previous years. But, man, Cam Jurgens, the people that do the film breakdowns, it's some of it's not injury related. He's just whiffing on guys at the point of attack or when he pulls, because they like to do that stuff that they did with Jason Kelce. He just misses guys. And it goes back to the Saquon Barkley discussion. To me, Saquon still has it. He just has no help up front. And, Cam Jurgens being named the Pro Bowl starter at center, to your point, it's probably just name recognition because not many people know centers in the NFL, as John always says.
Yeah, now I'm not a pocket watcher. So if he wants to go out there and people are voting him to the Pro Bowl, hey, all more power to you. And I know you feel that way as well. But
congratulations for him. That's awesome.
But
it is I wonder
weird.
how deserving it is.
I would say not very, but
the Eagles' offensive line has not been good this year. It has not been. Do I say sucks? No, because Jalen Hurts is still on his feet. But the Eagles' offensive line has been an issue this year, considering what standard we hold them to, and that goes back to the offense conversation.
Speaking of people still being on their feet, so for me, the biggest thing, knocking on wood big time before I bring this up.
Okay.
Eagles got incredibly lucky in that game against the Bills.
What, Britton Covey?
Not just Britton Covey, health-wise. There was a point where Jalen Phillips is down, grabbing his leg. Britton Covey gets smoked in the knee in a spot where he's standing still. And Saquon is on the ground, helmet in the turf, like banging his fist on the ground. On a wet field surface in cold and rainy Buffalo, in a game that was that grinded out, to get out of that game with none of those injuries being serious and nothing really going wrong health-wise, they are so damn lucky.
It's why I didn't want Lane Johnson to play. I don't know if he was cleared, right? Like, we don't know. He was a DNP in practice. As I said last week, I think Lane Johnson could go into hibernation, be woken up, give it a cup of coffee, and he could play football at a very high level for the Philadelphia Eagles. I did not want him to play. What's the point? Like, what would the point have been for him to play? So to your point, the fact that they came out okay, like, I don't know. How bad is the hamstring of Nakobe Dean? Was it bad enough for him to not play that game, or was it because of the conditions? Nick Sirianni said it. We got out of here unscathed, other than bumps and bruises, which is big. You're right.
Now we're going to see, and Zach Berman will play what he said later on in the show. We're going to see how much they value that luck heading into Week 18 in a maybe must-have game.
Yes.
I don't know.
So that's what we're going to do in the 8 o'clock later on this hour. We're going to sort of open up the conversation about the rest versus seeding. Zach Berman gave his insight on it. I see an article from David Murphy about it of the Inquirer. I know Sirianni spoke on it. I have my opinions. I'm sure you have your opinions. We'll get into that coming up in a little bit. Tell us more about CMOH, Connor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're absolutely great. If you need a second opinion, if you have a cancer diagnosis, go and see the Sprandios at the Consultants in Medical Oncology and Hematology. You can visit them at CMOH.org and take the first step towards peace of mind. Our guy Johnny did.
He knows
you
it.
can as well.
Damn right. Johnny off until Friday, by the way. Coming up next, today has been a show about how I feel about the Eagles' chances or lack thereof. I am very honest with my opinion. I don't try to sugarcoat it. I don't try to say, you know what, all year I've been negative, so I'm going to all of a sudden say that they're going to win just to make you happy. I don't do that. I speak my mind. Sirianni was asked a lot about what they're going to try to do before the playoffs start for the offense. He tried to answer. You tell me if you feel better about it. I have my thoughts. You'll hear those clips coming up next. And I need answers. Have we got any answers on how the offense is going to look better?
We've gotten attempts at answers.
Give me the attempts next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles still up in the air. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles playoff picture starting to get more clear as Week 17 is wrapped up in the NFL, but some things are still up in the air. The Rams lost to the Falcons last night on Monday Night Football. Not a lot of people expecting that. So the 6th seed in the NFC now comes down to the Niners and the Rams, and the Eagles as the 3 seed would currently match up with that 6th seeded team. They still have a chance for the 2 seed, though, which is up in the air. Nick Sirianni talked about that when he met with the media yesterday.
There's still things up in the air as far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's pretty similar to where we were last week. We'll end up doing what we think's the best for the team, and we're still thinking through that. That's not a decision I have to make today.
If the Eagles beat the Commanders Sunday, 4:25, and the Bears lose to the Detroit Lions, same time, same day, the Eagles will be the 2 seed. The Sixers are back on the floor in Memphis tonight, an 8 p.m. tip-off against the Grizzlies. You can hear that game live right here on The Fanatic. Joel Embiid questionable for tonight's game with knee and ankle issues. Flyers still out on the West Coast. They'll play in Vancouver against the Canucks tonight. A 10 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game live on WMMR. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Their sleep experts will help find your dream bed from a quality selection. They make sleep easy. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Unfiltered High School Athlete of the Week is a chance to celebrate some of the amazing talent in our area.
Ricky Bowe and Bill Colarulo will announce an athlete and their high school each week, live on the radio and TV.
Go to 975thefanatic.com/unfiltered to nominate someone that deserves the recognition.
Brought to you by VCSHR. Payroll you can trust.
Download the to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription.
It is 8:25 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic. Johnny out until Friday. Amy Fadul, under the weather, will not be doing her Tuesday hit. However, we have gotten in contact with Amy. She will be calling in an hour. So looking forward to talking to Amy coming up around 9:25. All right, today's show, in case you were not listening at the beginning of the show this morning, has been about my feelings about the Eagles' offense. Just me today. Johnny's out till Friday. There's no, back and forth with John and I. It's back and forth with me and you. That's 610-632-0975. I have been called Negative Nancy, Negative Ninny, whatever form of negative whatever. I've been called that over the last couple of weeks, especially yesterday after a great win in Buffalo against the Bills. It's a great win. But once more, the win against Buffalo is not what I'm worried about or thinking about. When the Eagles win the Super Bowl and our goals, our standards, were either returning to an NFC championship game or a Super Bowl, not every win in the regular season is what we're going to put our hat on. Like we're gonna think about whether or not they can sustain this come playoff time. I saw somebody on our YouTube chat. It was a while ago. I apologize. Somebody said, I bet you if the Eagles get to the NFC Championship game and lose, Andrew will be like the angriest one or whatever. No. I'd be shocked if they get to the NFC Championship game, number one. And number two, they would reach the goal that I set before the season started. I did not go as far as Super Bowl. I just wanted to be a Final Four team. I would celebrate that. If my team gets to 3 conference championship games in 5 years, wins 2 of them, and wins a Super Bowl, I'm a happy man.
So you'd really be shocked if they win 2 postseason games?
Yes.
So if they win Sunday and the Bears lose to the Lions, I think both of those are very possible outcomes. You would have 2 home games.
Yeah, and I saw the Bears come into this house and beat you. Like, again, the pedigree thing went out the window those 2 games, Bears-Chargers. Those pedigree games went out the window, or the pedigree tab went out the window, because the Eagles are equal to both of those teams. You could make the case they both want to. They all 3 of those teams want to run first. The Eagles may have the least creative offense of the 3, but they all want to run first. They all value the turnover battle, right? Those are aggressive defenses. The Chargers' defense is aggressive. The Bears' defense is aggressive. The Eagles' defense will allow you to gain yards, but they're not going to let you score touchdowns. They're very similar teams, and those 2 teams beat you, one in your house, one on the road. And so the pedigree talk went out the window for me. Went out the window for John that week too. Did. So I can't sit here and say confidently if they get the 2 seed, they're a lock to get to the NFC Championship game. I don't feel that.
Yeah, well, but not lock. You said you'd be shocked if
I would
they
be shocked,
did.
yes.
I think that's too far in the other
Last year, I thought it was a lock that they get to the NFC title game. And when I saw the Commanders beat the Lions, I knew they were going to the Super Bowl. And you sat by me doing the pregame shows last year. I felt the way that I felt. I always tell you how I truly feel. And right now, I truly feel like this Eagles offense has been so putrid that it's the reason why they're not going to get back to the Super Bowl. And I would be shocked if they get to the NFC Championship game. The defense is so freaking good. It's a shame. I'm afraid it's going to get wasted. What team did I literally say about that about a couple of months ago?
Don't make me talk about the Phillies.
The pitching staff was so freaking dominant. I was scared that it would be wasted by the lackluster offensive performances that the Phillies do in the playoffs. And that's exactly how it played out.
We ain't losing.
I hope I am wrong. You do know I'm setting myself up for looking like the biggest idiot in this city.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Like,
what else is new?
In all seriousness, like, I am setting myself up for being the biggest idiot in the city. For not believing in the Eagles' pedigree. For not believing in Nick Sirianni's track record. For not believing in the extreme amount of talent that they have on offense that has not been able to amount to the success that we all expect them to have. I would look like the biggest idiot. And I will wear that proudly because it means I would have been wrong. It's just how I feel. So here was Nick Sirianni yesterday on being asked about having more efficient halves. Go ahead.
We watched the tape from yesterday, graded the tape, went through it, offense, defense, special teams. We're going to watch all those in conjunction with each other today, tomorrow, to kind of look at some of those things right there. I think, again, at the end of the day, we got to do a better job putting them in position to succeed. We got to do a better job executing. It's never just one thing, but that's something we're going to study. We have been studying, but we'll put it all together here again later today, tomorrow.
All right, it's not just about one thing, but it is about one unit. You don't have to mention special teams defensive tape in your answer, Nick. Let Vic handle the defense. He's doing a pretty damn good job with it. Special teams, not my worry. My worry is about the offense. Get that figured out. So here he is being asked about trying to play 4 full quarters.
Being up 13-0 at half is not, I mean, you'd rather be up 13-0 than be down 13-0, obviously, but by no means are we ever saying, hey, that's good, you know, take your foot off the pedal. Like, we're trying to press still and go, and you don't start thinking about that until well into the fourth quarter of when you start to get into type of football where and it's not even taking your foot off the gas, where you're using clock and doing things like that. We all have to I have to do a better job in that second half to to allow us to be in those positions. I think that we weren't efficient first, second down, and then we had obviously had a hard time there on third down. And when you get into those where you're having some 3 and outs, when drives don't extend, obviously your yards are coming way down, your efficiency is coming way down. All those things are happening. And so I think it makes it look like we had a very limited amount of plays, but, we weren't executing, we weren't putting them guys in position to succeed, to allow drives to start so we could get into that. Again, you never want no passing yards, obviously. Obviously, we didn't have very many rushing yards either, so it was everything. It wasn't just the passing game. We just weren't efficient enough on offense, and we all share in that. Execution, coaching, everything.
I feel like he's just saying a whole lot of stuff that's been said all season long, and that's the point that I keep getting to. If this was week 3, I would be such a J.O. having the opinions that I have. It's week 17, entering week 18, and we're talking about the same thing with trying to figure out the Eagles' offense, why we're behind the sticks on second down. They flashed a graphic on the broadcast, and I meant to write it down, and I forgot. I think the Eagles are, the third or fourth worst team in terms of third down and distance to get to the first down mark, like on average.
Like how often? Yeah.
And their average is like 3rd and 7.2. That's horrible.
It's not ideal.
Like, that means you need not a chunk play, but a borderline chunk play to get a first down on average when you reach third down. It goes back to my feelings toward the tush push. Like, I love that it's ours, and I love how much success that they had, but there was a mindset of 1st and 9. He believed it. And they're totally content with, hey, if it's 4th and 1, we're good. And that's fine. Until it's not. Until you're 3rd and 7 on average.
So let me take a crack at, before we hear what the people are saying, trying to convince you that it could be different in the postseason.
All right.
I think that Devontae Smith play against Buffalo is a great example. Now, it should have been ruled a catch. I don't know how they overturned it. That's a problem for the replay official, whatever. But that was one of the few opportunities they had to gain a first down in the second half, and that's not good enough.
All right, so they'd have 2 first downs.
Exactly. Hey, you said one drive could change everything. We don't know how that plays out. My point is this. In the postseason, more often than not, we see performances in any sport where it's just like, sure, the coaching may have questions. You may have issues here, there, and the other where. But if you have great players, they make great plays on the biggest stage. And the Eagles have, you could argue, more of those guys that are great big stage players than any other team in the NFC and maybe any other team in football.
But
so
my problem is saying that the pedigree conversation went out the window those 2 weeks, Bears, Chargers. And I get what you're saying, but that talk went out the window for me.
And I've made the argument that playoff pedigree is different than regular season pedigree because in regular season,
like Sam Darnold,
the teams are never playing for the same amount. Never.
Okay.
It's always either a short week, long week, divisional, otherwise. In the playoffs, it's an equal playing field as far as rest, as far as preparation.
Very level-headed of you.
I'm trying to be.
All right. What do we got on the text line? Because you said a couple of people are attempting to tell me how the Eagles' offense will get better in the next 7 days.
Yes, they are. And this texter is leaning on health. Pretty simple text here, but they say we're the healthiest team in the playoffs with the best roster. That health can make the difference when it matters most. Relax.
I love the relax.
That's from Aaron in Pittsburgh, apparently.
Thank you, Aaron from Pittsburgh. They are healthy in terms of being on the field. Every team is banged up at this point. It's almost a perfect text to lead us into the next segment. Because in the next segment, we're going to open up the discussion that will probably span the course of the week, knowing Nick Sirianni, who says competitive advantage, not best for business, my studies. I'm going to bark at fans when we win by 1. We won't know if the starters are playing probably until either a leak or Sunday. What do you guys value? The 2 seed or rest? Now, there is also the great scenario that maybe the backups can beat the Commanders. Best of both worlds. But let's leave that conversation off the table for now. Are you playing the starters on Sunday? I asked Zach Berman about it. He gave his belief of what the Eagles will do. He also gave his opinion I saw David Murphy write a really interesting article that I'll tell you about coming up on the other side. But I want to know from you at 610-632-0975. Seed or rest? That texter said we're the healthiest team. You could get healthier by not playing on Sunday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Some 5 The Fanatic. Johnny not in today. He did check in. He texted me, not you, Connor. He doesn't like you.
What the hell?
7:35 was when he woke up. I was wide awake this morning at 3:15. I got a little sniffles going on. So you know when your nose gets clogged. It was 3:15. What am I going to do? Go back to bed?
Yeah, there's no way.
So at 3:15, I got up, blew my nose, and I was like, all right, well, that's it. And Johnny slept till 7:35. I'm glad he was able to do that. I slept until 8 on Sunday.
That's nice.
I don't know the last time I did that. Even on, like, vacations away from Coop, I don't know the last time I slept until 8 o'clock. And this is pre-morning show because, you know, Coop was a young lad.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm going back to 2021, the last time I slept till 8 o'clock.
See, my Friday and Saturday nights are normally 2 a.m. close.
Yeah, you're late. Yeah.
So
I don't do
I could
that.
get to 8 a.m.
It has probably been since 2021 where I slept till 8 a.m. and I did that on Sunday. It was a beautiful thing. All right. Rest versus seating. And let's take, for sports talk debate purposes, we'll take off Tanner McKee can beat the Commanders. Like, yeah, he can. I actually do believe that the Eagles' backups could beat the Commanders' team that's 1 foot out the door. Even though Dan Quinn's going to try to, viciously attack the Eagles. So, we did this last week. I think I lean toward rest more. Now, I've said I don't want to play the Rams in the first round, even though the Rams lost yesterday. Everyone's letting me know that in my mentions. Rams lost yesterday. I know they lost yesterday. Eagles have lost games too. Right now, the Rams are the 6th seed. The Eagles are the 3 seed. I said it earlier. If the Rams win and the Niners lose, Niners have the Seahawks in San Fran this Sunday. If Rams win, Niners lose, the Niners are the 6th seed and would come to Philadelphia if the Eagles finish as the 3 seed. If the Rams lose or if the Rams win and Niners win, Rams come to Philadelphia. If the Eagles were to climb up to the 2 seed, they're playing the Packers. The Packers are the 7th seed. That is a lock. So, it's an interesting debate because the 2 seed guarantees you 2 home playoff games if you win your first playoff game. And a banged-up Packers team might be the team you want to face over the Rams or Niners. I know there's a belief that the Niners are frauds. Kyle Shanahan is not a fraud. The Packers are banged up. The Packers might be this year's Lions team. I think Shefty said that to us a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot of high expectations. There's a lot of talent, but they just can't overcome all those injuries. So playing for the 2 seed sounds nice. But damn, I think this team needs its rest. So Nick Sirianni, we'll start with Sirianni. He was asked about it a couple of times yesterday. Here he was first being asked about the plan for this upcoming week.
There's still things up in the air as far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's pretty similar to where we were last week. What you end up going through is obviously we've done it both ways. We've had opportunities to rest, and we've had opportunities to continue to get a better seed and played. You go through your process, you go through all those different things, but every season's a little bit different. Every team's a little bit different. We'll end up doing what we think's the best for the team. We're still thinking through that. That's not a decision I have to make today or even tomorrow. It's just something that you have to go through the process of making it. And so again, at the end of the day, we'll do what we feel is best for the team. I know there'll be debate about whatever it is that we do, but that's why we have to go through our process and do what we feel is best to help our team moving forward.
The one thing he's wrong with, and maybe he just got confused because yesterday was Monday and there was still Monday Night Football. He said the seeding stuff is still up in the air. Like, no, it's not. It's you win, Bears lose, you're the 2 seed. You lose, you stay as the 3 seed.
Well, what he means is like there's still an opportunity for them to move, right? They're not locked into something.
Right, but I think he was saying it's still up in the air, the seeding stuff. Like, I think he was still confused by it. I don't know. That's just how I read the clip.
Gotcha.
Maybe I got it wrong.
Yeah, either way.
But it's not up in the air. Like, you win, Bears lose, you're the 2 seed. You win, Bears win, you're the 3 seed. You lose, you're the 3 seed. It's pretty simple. So then he was asked why you would not play for the 2 seed.
We've had different scenarios. We don't know what we're doing yet, right? Or you guys don't know what we're doing yet. We're leaning and we're getting all the information and going. This is a marathon of a season. And I look back and I guess to say why would we not play? Because that's your question. I said if I look back how beneficial some of the buys that we've had have been, right? That part is part of the reason why you think through it, right? It's a marathon of a season. You give you guys some rest. You get some time to think through some different things. things, even though you're preparing for an opponent as you go. And both times that I've been here that we've been to the Super Bowl, we've had that opportunity for a bye. And that's 22 and obviously 24. In 21, we created ourselves a bye as well. You had the opportunity to do that. Now, it didn't, we didn't go to Tampa and win because we didn't win that game, obviously. 23, we played a little bit in that aspect. So all these different scenarios, like you have a bunch of different scenarios. And yes, your seating's not locked down yet, but you are thinking, hey, can I put ourselves in the best position seating-wise, but while also you're thinking to yourself how important buys are and creating them if you don't earn the right for the first-round bye. So those are all things you got to think through and go through, because I think a lot of guys would say last year that, that was a big deal of being able to have the bye last year, a built-in bye last year to set us up for what we ultimately did last year.
He makes it sound like they're going to rest their starters. That's how again, we all read things differently. But when he talks about, you can ask a lot of guys really value that rest in Week 18. And you can't deny the result. They freaking won the Super Bowl, right? I'll bring it up again. Are we talking about Saquon Barkley's record anymore? Like, nobody is. Because they won the Super Bowl. And we're happy that they won the Super Bowl. That record talk about whether or not they should have risked another week of health being banged up for an individual record where he got one extra game to try to accomplish it, to me, made no sense. And there was a lot of heated debate over that. This one makes more sense. Like, this debate actually is logical. Like, this is not to me, I thought people that wanted to chase the record were crazy last year.
I agree.
Like, I thought it was insane. To me, I was like, what do you care so much other than 20 years from now you can tell your kids or grandkids, I saw this guy break the record?
What, are we throwing a parade for that?
Exactly. Like, to me, that was an easy answer. This one's not. It's not. I lean rest because I don't need to rush Lane Johnson back, and I think he can wake up and play football. Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson, regardless of what you think about their play, they're banged up. And I wouldn't mind them having a couple extra days off. I wouldn't mind Jalen Hurts. We saw him get tweaked up a couple of times. I wouldn't mind this defense already playing at an exceptional level being a little bit more fresh, because I do believe they're going to need to carry you through the playoffs. So I value rest more. But, man, I feel better about my chances against the Packers than I do against the Rams or Niners. It's a really interesting debate. I lean toward rest. I wonder where you guys stand. 610-632-0975. It's actually, to me, debatable this year, where I don't think last year it was. Nick Sirianni makes it seem like they're going to rest their starters. What did Zach Berman say to us earlier? You'll hear that next. He gave his opinion. He also gave his reporting on what he believes the Eagles will do this upcoming weekend. That and your answers. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We did not do today's headlines earlier today. That will return tomorrow on a Wednesday. So, Connor, that would have been brought to us by who?
Our friends over at Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit lundylaw.com. That's lundylaw.com.
All right. We'll get some text messages about whether or not you value rest versus seeding. Now that we know if the Eagles win, Bears lose, the Eagles are the 2 seed. If the Eagles win, Bears win, Eagles are the 3 seed. If the Eagles don't play their starters and lose, they're the 3 seed. I would rather them rest their starters. To me, that is the best thing for them. It's what worked in 2022. It's what worked last year to get to the Super Bowl. I saw Trevor Rice on our YouTube chat say, if you think there's a 0% chance that they win the Super Bowl, wouldn't you want starters to play for betting purposes, both weekly props and preseason futures bets? I got nothing left on the table. All right? And for me, if they are to get back to the Super Bowl, or at least an NFC championship game, it all starts up front. And that is the most banged up part of this team, the offensive line. That is why Saquon Barkley's not run the football well. That is why they have not been able to use the run to set up the pass. If the offensive line can get healthier, maybe the conversation's different. They only get healthier by taking a week off, not by playing Week 18 against the Commanders that might come in here with a little bit of venom considering what happened the last time those two teams played just 2 weeks ago. Zach Berman joined us earlier today. I asked him what he believes the Eagles will be doing, not his opinion. His opinion was that he would go after the 2 seed. David Murphy of The Inquirer wrote a great article where he talked. This was the tweet for his article, Connor. At first, I thought it would be ludicrous for the Eagles to prioritize rest over the number 2 seed. But then I thought it through and came out on the other side. And then I decided to go back.
I love it.
It's an interesting debate. Last year's was not debatable to me. Screw record. With all due respect to Saquon, the record didn't matter to me. It's not the Philadelphia Hurtses. It's not the Philadelphia Barkleys. Even though it kind of was last year, and I needed him to be healthier for the playoffs. I understand why somebody would value the 2 seed over rest. I do. But if you go into the playoffs banged up, what difference does it make? Packers are just more banged up, and then you have another home game, and you hope that you get a good draw. Here was Zach Berman earlier this morning here on the Fanatic.
Well, it's different between what I would do and what I think the Eagles are going to do. I think the Eagles are going to rest players, and for 2 reasons there. Number one, I think that they've seen the value of that bye week. Once when they earned it in 22, last year when they took it in Week 18, and they thought that was a big deal going into the playoffs. They're also, they haven't had these major injuries, and they're going to go into the playoffs relatively healthy, especially if you get a week to rest up a bit. So that's where I think they are leaning. Me personally, if I were Nick Sirianni, I would play my starters this game. I understand you need help from Chicago from Detroit, and that's not guaranteed. And so you could go out there, play your guys 60, 80 snaps, and then you don't even get the 2 seed. But I think that the chances of the 2 seed and playing the Packers in the first round, honestly, compared to the Niners and the Rams, I would want that if I were the Eagles. I would want to do everything I can to ensure that. The tricky part is it's not just winning in. If it was win and get the 2 seed, I think they might approach it differently. But it's win and get help, and I think they'll value rest. I don't know that for certain, but that's what I think.
And look, Zach Berman's one of the better reporters in this city. So if that's what he thinks, I would lean toward that. And but just listening to Sirianni, the clip that we played, it made it seem like they're going to rest their starters. NBD says it's a really tough call because there is no wrong answer. I agree. Like, if somebody told me they want the 2 seed, I'm like, you're crazy. I can't say that. I just value rest more. What do we got on the text line?
All right, so we have a couple people checking in, and clearly not everyone is over the Saquon Barkley conversation. This texter says, really glad we rested Saquon one more week so he could gain 40 yards in the Super Bowl. With the athlete he is, just a stupid argument. Before you say, someone could get hurt in the final week, they have record or seeding to go after.
you do know that he only got 40 yards in the Super Bowl because the Chiefs sold out to stop him, right?
And the guy just ignores, how he did against the Rams, how he did against the Commanders. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like we okay.
People stick to their opinions, man.
I thought that was I don't want to say dumb argument last year, but an argument that I just could not see the other side of. This year I can. What else we got?
All right, we also have a check-in on the completely other side of the conversation about rest, and this texter, Gavin from Freehold, says this isn't even a conversation. Rest the starters, sit back, relax, and watch the backups beat the Commanders. No chance they'll try to win against the Eagles. They want the loss for the better draft pick.
We'll see. We'll see if Dan Quinn feels that way. But
that's how they want to get down.
I will say, I do believe Tanner McKee could beat the Commanders. I do.
Absolutely.
But I'm trying not to have that as a part of the debate. Saquon in the playoffs, 25 for 119 against the Packers, 26 for 205 against the Rams, 15 for 118 against the Commanders. But yeah, just bring up the Super Bowl against one of the better rushing defenses in the NFL that's sold out to stop the run. Because of those 3 games in the playoffs, they had to do that, and then that opened up the door for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles passing attack. Come on, man. All right. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility. If my team wins a Super Bowl, goes to 2 in 3 years, and also gets to an NFC championship game in that 4-year span, that's incredible. That is something that we should be blessed that we are able to say. I get it. When we live in the moment, there is the roller coaster ride of the NFL season. But when you take the step back and you go, man, 3 conference championship appearances in 4 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 win, that's a pretty damn good stretch. And so before the season started, whether you were with me saying, hey, just an NFC championship appearance, or maybe you were with Connor and John saying, hey, they have to get back to the Super Bowl. That's the standard. That's the level of expectation, considering they won last year, considering they were the favorite, the preseason favorite to get back. But bottom line, we can all agree that was the goal. The goal was not just win a division and call it a day. I realized when the Eagles were on that 3-game losing streak, there was a lot of different messaging coming from a lot of Eagles fans. Hey, they won the Super Bowl last year. Cut them some slack. No. If we are going to say in August that our standard or our expectation is the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, I expect us all to hold them to said standard. And not just because our feelings are getting hurt, we all of a sudden change our opinions and change our standards and say, you know what, it's been a tough road. I'll take the division. Whatever happens in the playoffs happens. No, keep them to the standard and expectation that you had before the season started. Now, that leads me to the offense, because that is exactly why I am as upset as I am with the offense and why I believe that the offense will be the reason why they get held back from getting to those goals. There is a standard in life that we all have for ourselves. But when it comes to this football team, I have nothing to do with it. I just watch, I analyze, I talk, I yell, I scream, I grouse, whatever. We all are on the same boat here. The only difference between me and you is I have this microphone in front of me. That's the only difference. And so before the season started, where we had NFC Championship game expectations, where we had Super Bowl expectations, we were looking at this offense with Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, A.J. Brown, Mr. Always Open, Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner, Saquon Barkley, who was just a magician last year, and we know how good he was with the New York Giants before even coming here to Philadelphia. You got Dallas Goedert back, and how many times did we have the conversation about having the top 5 offensive line in the NFL? We had that conversation for months. They have not been a top 5 offensive line. A.J. Brown is not always open. I do not believe the Eagles do a good enough job scheming Devontae Smith into the game at all. And Saquon Barkley, because of that offensive line struggling so much, has not been able to be the same magician that we saw last year. It's December 30th. We've been having the same conversation since September. There have been a couple of nice wins where the offense showed up. L.A. for a half. Tampa for a half. Vikings, Giants, both eliminated from the playoffs. Raiders, Commanders, both suck. Those are the 6 games where I could say, hey, the offense did some pretty nice things. 4 of those teams are not in the playoffs. 2 of those teams you played in September. And I get it. You beat those teams, and that's great. Well, we're talking about months removed from then, and they've not gotten better. Quite frankly, they've gotten worse. And so when I come on these airwaves and talk about, yeah, good win in Buffalo, going into Buffalo, beating Josh Allen, keeping him to 12 points is incredible. With those conditions, getting that win is incredible. Still keeping your chances alive of getting the 2 seed is incredible, regardless of the roller coaster ride this year. But when I evaluate this Eagles team, I think we can all agree the defense has to be freaking perfect in order for them to win anything. Like, perfect. Think about this for a second. What if the Eagles defense has one slip-up game in the playoffs? Do you see this Eagles team scoring 30-some points in order to win? Because I don't. There are other top defenses in the NFL that have had slip-up games. The Denver Broncos have had many. The Houston Texans have had some. The Eagles have not really had many slip-up games except for early in the year against the Rams and the Buccaneers. The Eagles' defense has to be freaking perfect, in my opinion. So yesterday, when one of the videos get posted on the Instagram account of 97.5 The Fanatic, and it's me talking about how the defense has to win them every single game, I got a guy coming after me. Oh, you're so negative all the time. Get him off the air. So I go, let's talk about it. He ended up agreeing with everything I said about the Eagles' offense and how the defense needs to lead the charge in order for them to win. So this is why I feel the way that I feel. I've seen an Eagles offense struggle for the majority of 16 games. The majority. It is December 30th. We are having conversations about whether or not you should play your starters in Week 18. Whether they play their starters or not, Week 18 won't be the magical week where they find something. Because I'll tell you, it was just the Commanders. Like it was just the Commanders a couple weeks ago. Because what happened when you played the Bills? The offense looked like crap again for an entire half. 4 times this season, the Eagles have been shut out throughout an entire half. 4 times. That's second most in the NFL, only behind the Tennessee Titans. That's not company you want to be in. Now, the Eagles' defense is spectacular and will keep you in games, if not win you games. Which is why I'm not saying they're heading to a one-and-done playoff situation. We'll see who they face. But I don't see the Eagles being able to win 3 playoff games, potentially 2 on the road, where it's all because of your defense. As good as this defense is, the Eagles' offense cannot go shutout for a half or 4 of 5 possessions being 3 and outs, which is what happened in the second half against the Bills. So, yeah, John's right to come after me in the open that you heard about how I should just enjoy the fact that they went into Buffalo and got the win against the Bills. But I'm not telling you that the Bills are some Super Bowl favorite. I don't care about the Bills. I care about the Eagles and their offensive woes, issues that have spanned the entire season. Not one bad game here or there. It's been bad all year. So that's why I feel the way that I feel. So my question for you at 610-632-0975, now that we have more time to talk, you and me, YouTube, social media, phone line, 610-632-0975. If you're someone that feels the way that I feel, all right, commiserate with me. If you are somebody that is still confident that the offense will find something or that the defense will be able to win every single game for the Eagles in the playoffs, feel free to talk to me about it because maybe you'll make me feel better by the end of the show. When I do the show solo, I don't yell at you. I may talk loud. But if you have an opinion that is different than mine, that is okay. 610-632-0975. We've gone too far in society where it's my way or the highway. Let's talk it out. Now, with all that being said, there's a wild update in the NFC playoff picture after a game that I don't think anyone saw coming last night on Monday Night Football. It is Kincade Salciunas. Johnny out today, 97.5, The Fanatic. Into last night's game that shocked the NFL world, where the Rams lost to the Falcons. And by the way, don't forget Amy Fadul coming up at 9:25. She's going to call in. She was out sick today, so she could not do her Tuesdays with Amy hour with us. Johnny, by the way, on vacation. He'll be back on Friday. Very interesting conversation about life just took place during the commercial break. Our man Shukri, who is our associate producer today, was talking about somebody at another gig potentially taking off New Year's Eve because it is the first New Year's Eve where this person is with their wife. I got to have this conversation. I'm curious where you would fall on this, because to me, my wife and I, we were dating for, you should probably know this, 5 years before we got married. So then we got married. So that was our 6th New Year's Eve together. So to me, the first New Year's Eve as a dating couple, if you're serious, is more important than the first New Year's Eve as husband and wife.
Yeah, that's old hat at that point.
Because I did 6 of those already. Now, I don't know. Maybe they started dating. Maybe they got married. They met each other in September, and they got married already.
Love is blind. Hot in the streets these days.
Who knows, right? There are certain things where I don't think first time as husband and wife really matters. Now, first Christmas with child is an important one. All right? This, as I told you, was Cooper's first year where he was, like, ready for Christmas. So I told ESPN that I was unavailable for Christmas Day. I worked Christmas Eve, and I'll be doing stuff around the New Year's holidays. But I told him, like, look, I can't work Christmas Day. This is the first year my son is waiting for Santa to come. So to me, that's a different level. First New Year's Eve as husband and wife does not count.
Yeah, that's a cop-out. You better be at work.
And this is coming from a married man. Like, I don't believe my wife and I did anything special for our first New Year's as husband and wife. I know we spent it together, but I don't think we were like, all right, this is the first one as a married couple, so we have to do something special.
That's not even a thing. Like, Valentine's Day, maybe, I guess, their birthday, but New Year's Eve? What are you going to do?
Even Valentine's Day. I show my love every day. Valentine's Day is a crock of you-know-what.
Yeah.
I don't believe in it. I will celebrate it. I will do something nice for my wife, but I dread it. Because what's the difference between what I do on February 7th and February 14th? Like, I am still doing nice things. You should not do a nice thing for your spouse once a year.
Well, hopefully the difference this year is preparing to watch the Super Bowl versus celebrating winning the Super Bowl.
That would be nice, too. That would absolutely be nice. All right, so last night, the Rams lose to the Falcons 27-24. They get shut out in the first half. They're down 21-0 in the second half. Now, this is where my brain works, unfortunately. I could never see the Eagles make that a game if they're down 21-0.
Come on, dude.
I'm saying. I don't see it happening.
They did it to the Rams earlier this year.
Yeah, you're right. That's where my head's at. I'm in a dark place, right?
We got to fix you.
I'm not going to get fixed.
Call Coldplay.
I'm not going to get fixed. But ultimately, the Rams got shut out by an inferior Falcons team, inferior to like a lot of teams in the NFL. So the Rams lose yesterday, which shocked a lot of people, obviously. I think everybody expected them to go into Atlanta and get the win and still have I guess they were out of the 1 seed, so they would still have the 5 seed up for grabs, which they still do have the 5 seed up for grabs. If the Niners lose and the Rams win in Week 18, the Rams would play the winner of the NFC South. So let's look at it this way. Forget the Eagles for a second, or us being Eagles fans. You would rather be the 5 seed than the 6 seed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would rather play the winner of the NFC South than the Eagles.
Not even close.
Like, it's not even close. Like, as down as I am about the Eagles, if I'm the Rams, I am playing for the 5 seed. If I am the 49ers, you're obviously playing for the 1 seed, because they can. Because if they beat the Seahawks, they're the 1 seed, which is crazy. But if I'm the Rams, I'm playing for the 5 seed. I don't know if I'm resting my starters. But they're another team where you go, man, old quarterback, would it be best for them? But I think a Week 18, get the bad taste out of your mouth game for the Rams might actually be a good idea. And to play for the 5 seed so that you're playing either the Panthers or Bucks and not the Eagles. Even though the Panthers beat the Rams. I know the Panthers won over Los Angeles earlier this year. I'm still taking that gamble. I'd rather play the Panthers than the Eagles.
Yeah. Let me throw something crazy out here real quick. You can tell me if I'm nuts. It's just thought. Dumb brain thought. I'm probably high that I'm nuts. But is there an argument to be made that you'd rather, let's say the 5 seed ends up being the San Francisco 49ers. Or, sorry, the 6 seed ends up being the San Francisco 49ers for whatever way that works out. Is there an argument to be made that you'd rather play against the team that just had to fight for their division to Week 18 than get to the 2 seed and play a Packers team that was able to rest everybody in Week 18? Or is the disparity in quality of teams so strong?
It's the disparity. I mean, like, I fear Shanahan. I have never feared Matt LaFleur.
Yeah,
like, I understand that he's looked at as one of these he's like McDaniel. Like, okay, yeah, they're considered really smart offensive people, but what have they won? The Packers have had success in the playoffs. They've won playoff games.
A couple.
But, like, I don't see, if I'm ranking I'm scared of those coaches, LaFleur probably comes third. I go Shanahan 1 because I think he could win with you at quarterback, Mr. 4-star recruit in NCAA 26.
Just started yesterday, baby.
I think he could win with you. And then I'd go McVay 2. And then, LaFleur would be my third. Like, I fear that coach.
Yeah.
But, no, the other two guys, like, I fear more.
Okay, I just want to throw out, because there may be some people who look at a rested Packers team when the other teams are fighting it out tooth and nail and say, maybe I'd rather have that team that comes off the disappointment.
Yeah, but Micah Parsons isn't coming back.
No, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Neither is Tucker Kraft.
They have a lot of major players that are out with injury that aren't coming back just because of the rest that they're giving the team. I love this. Money Mar chimes in. I love the alpha male. If you don't believe in Valentine's Day, then why celebrate it? Man up and take a stand, Chunas. And he's got remember the Ben Simmons smoke out the nose emoji? Yeah. I like my wife.
You'd like to keep her?
Yeah. Full disclosure, we aren't doing anything crazy Valentine's. We've already discussed this because we're going away the next weekend. We're going away. It was one of our Christmas gifts. But, like, Valentine's Day, we have a kid. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you both agree it's not that big of a deal, but you have to do it.
No, like,
if you don't,
like I'm going to make
man.
something nice. Not that I don't already make things nice every single day. All right. Coming up next. It gets tiresome trying to figure out recipes every single day.
I'll get you a cookbook.
No, yeah, but then you got to read it.
Is that an issue for you?
Yeah. Coming up next, Amy Fadul. She was out sick today, so she could not come in for the hour. So she'll join us next. Ooh, and I know what I'm doing during the commercial break. Final trailer just came out. Tomorrow, Stranger Things. Last episode, the trailer just came out. I'm going to watch it during the break. So I have no idea what I'm going to ask Amy. Just kidding. I have some questions for her. Amy Fadul joins us next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Playoff picture's taking shape. I'm Connor Thomas. And the Eagles' playoff picture is starting to get more clear after Week 17 wraps up in the NFL. Rams lost to the Falcons last night, so the 6th seed in the NFC comes down to either the Niners or the Rams. That'll be decided in Week 18. The Eagles are currently the 3 seed, so they would play the 6th seed as things stand now, but they still have a chance for the 2 seed. Nick Sirianni talked about that with the media yesterday, the strategy surrounding seeding.
There's still things up in the air as far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's pretty similar to where we were last week. We'll end up doing what we think's the best for the team, and we're still thinking through that. That's not a decision I have to make today.
Eagles play the Commanders 4:25 on Sunday, so we'll have to make it before then. Bears play the Lions 4:25 Sunday. If the Bears lose, Eagles win. The Eagles are the 2 seed. Sixers are back on the floor in Memphis tonight. They'll play the Grizzlies at 8 p.m. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid questionable for tonight's game with ankle and knee issues. Flyers still out on the West Coast. They play in Vancouver tonight against the Canucks. 10 p.m. puck drop. That game live on WMMR. Amy Fadul will join us on the phone line coming up next for her thoughts on the latest with the Philadelphia Eagles. This update is brought to you by SuperSure. Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 9:27 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny out until Friday. And there's something obviously going around. I had some sniffles too. And but I still came into work. But I had 4 hours to do. Joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business, big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. The great Amy Fadul. Amy, how are we feeling?
We're feeling okay.
You sound wonderful.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
I told you guys.
It's unbelievable.
At least I'm not coughing right in front of you. Is that better?
No, that is better. It's amazing, like this industry, what we do for a living, radio, TV, you name it. It's something that people don't, I think about. Even I don't think about it until it hits you, and then you're like, damn it, how am I going to do my job?
Exactly. So it's like if you work from home or you have like an office type job and you have like a little bit of a laryngitis or whatever, like, oh, you can still come in and get your work done or you can work from home. No, there is no, you can't work from home if you can't talk.
No, I made the mistake of Phillies Braves 2023 playoff series wanting to be as raucous as the next fan. And then the next morning I woke up and I sounded like this. And I was like, oh, damn it. I really screwed up. Ray Dunn was there too. Ray and I both had, because Ray was producing me at the time for Middays, we had the exact same voice, which is not good for 4 hours of radio.
No, and you're just like, you want to apologize to everybody. You're like, I'm sorry, this is what you're listening to, but let's talk about it.
So first and foremost, I had a specific question for you because I never had to do this, so I'm curious what your answer is. We actually wanted to do a segment today, so we're going to do it another day. I want to start doing Ask Me Amy thing, where people send in questions for you. And I had a question based off of Sunday's game against the Bills and has nothing to do with the two teams playing. I know you've done sideline work before. How horrible is it standing in that for an entire game?
You look for any and all spaces to get warm/dry. It's rough. I did one in Baltimore, and it was really windy, but it was also it was windy and cold, and they have those heater, it looks like a jet engine. You guys know what I'm talking about? And they're obviously for the players. But you find yourself sidling up very close to the house. You can't sit on the warm benches, but you find yourself gravitating towards, hey, how's it going? Let's see if there's anything going on over here. I'm just going to hang out in this area.
So you're not actually trying to report. You're just trying to warm.
They're trying to stay warm. You're trying to stay warm and dry. And there's nothing you can do. I mean, when I've been out there and it's been rainy, you bring extra jackets and you try to change, at halftime. You go inside, you get your new jacket out or whatever, or new gloves or hats so you don't look like a drowned rat. It's kind of it.
And this is how my brain works, Amy. I love watching games to evaluate X's and O's. That's why I got into this industry and to give opinions and all that kind of stuff. I'm watching the players throw the jackets on the ground after, when the defense had to run out on the field. So two things. One, the jackets just getting even more wet now. Two, there's some poor soul that has to pick up the jackets. Yep. Can't we hand the jacket to the people? That's hard-working people on the sideline.
Listen, you're a dad. You know how much stuff you pick up as you walk through the house.
Every freaking day.
Every day. You're sitting there, you're like, how'd this get there? What is that?
He walked in yesterday. He loves the what are the little muffins called?
The Little Bites.
Little Bites. Thank you. Little Bites. He had the Little Bites. He walks into the house. He threw the trash on the floor. And I'm like, dude, why is your brain that? You know where the trash can is. You obsess with the trash can. You put your hands on the trash can all the time, and I tell you not to, but you can't put the trash in the actual trash can. All right, that's a conversation for another day. Amy, today's been a day where I've been expressing my feelings about this Eagles team, and it's been fair. I'm not saying anything what I believe is unfair when it comes to this Eagles offense and how on December 30th, I don't think they're going to all of a sudden find some magic formula that's going to all of a sudden rewrite the ship for the Eagles offense. Defense, I know they're dominant, and hell, maybe the defense can carry them to the big picture games. But when it comes to the offense, I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon. Do you feel like it still can before we start the playoffs in January?
I mean, I don't see how. It's funny, I think we had talked about this a couple of weeks ago when it just seemed like there just wasn't anything happening in a positive way with the offense. for sustained. You would see, I mean, I don't even want to call them glimpses, but you'd see like a tiny flash. You'd be like, oh, that looked good. And then, as soon as you saw that, everything else kind of went right out the window. But for me, when we talked about this last year of like, oh, they can't win this way, and that was just the run game, but the run game was dominant and the offensive line was dominant. This being a sustained, offense for success is just not plausible. It's not us being like Debbie Downers or, where people on the outside, oh, you guys are just negative, you should just be happy about winning. I mean, you've seen it, and you've seen it the entire year. I mean, we're going into week 18, which is not going to mean anything, and that's great, and that's the perfect scenario, honestly. But it's also a meaningless game as far as, like, the offense isn't going to be out there to get right. When are they going to get right? Against the Rams? Against the Bears? Like, what?
Right.
It's just not a plausible thing to happen. And I've kind of, like, come to terms with it, watching it on against the Bills, and I just thought, well, this is what we're rocking with. This is it. It's not going to get better. It can't get worse because they had zero yards in the second half. Like, that's when he became what the statistic was, what it was like a guy that's gone 0 for 7 at least in a single half of a game multiple times in a season. First time since 1978. I saw that. I was like, I'm sorry.
Amy, they're 2-0. They're 2-0 in those games. Like, that's the craziest part.
Perfect. That the guy in 1978 wasn't, but no, and that's the thing. That's how good the defense is. And you go back and you think about some of the great defensive teams and how they've been able to, manage the wins. I don't know that it's enough. Like, all I could think about is I'm glad they went for the 2-point conversion because I didn't like the Eagles' chances in overtime.
Yeah, I still think that was
obviously
crazy decision.
It's crazy. I mean, the way the overtime rules are nowadays, everybody gets a turn. It seems so strange to not do it, but whatever. Thank you, Josh McDaniels. Appreciate that. But no, I mean, I don't want to be the one who's just like, oh, there's no chance. Sure, there's always, some outside chance. But to not have any passing yards and to not move the ball at all and have one first down in an entire half of football, it is just not. I don't see how all of a sudden next week or the week after they're going to be like, oh, we got it. They haven't done it all season for 4 quarters. They've barely done it for 1 quarter. So there's just no way, and the stakes are so much higher. And I know defense wins championships, but you do have to score some points.
Yeah.
You got to get on the board.
And that's where I stand. However, I will say this. I went down a little history road today. Who are the 2 defenses that always get brought up about winning Super Bowls with lackluster offense? Ravens and the 1985 Bears, right?
1985 Bears, yeah.
The 85 Bears, do you want to guess how many points total they allowed in the playoffs? So they played in the divisional round, the NFC Championship game, and the Super Bowl. How many points total they allowed?
Total?
Yes.
50?
10.
No,
They gave up 10 points in the Super Bowl. They shut out the Giants and Rams. So they only gave up 10 total points. The Ravens gave up 23 total points with an extra round. They gave up 3 in the wild card, 10 in the divisional, 3 in the conference championship, and 7 in the Super Bowl. So I said this, if the Eagles were to get to the Super Bowl, the 2025 Eagles defense has to be in the conversation with those 2 other teams.
Oh, absolutely. Because they will have done that. They will have had to pitch shutouts or limit to just field goals while their offense is managing, 10 or 13 points. I mean, winning a playoff game is not unheard of, obviously, like a 13-3 because of the way that the stakes are and the way the game is played at that, playoff level. But they would have to be in that conversation. Honestly, last year's defense could be in good conversation for some of the best defenses. Obviously, they allowed some points, so it's not going to show up statistically like the 85 team or the 2000 Ravens. But the way that they were able to, put their team in a position, and that's the thing, like you have to put them in a position to win. And a lot of those Ravens teams, or that Ravens team, they put their offense in a short field. And that really helps if you're having struggles as far as scoring. You get the short field, you get either a punt or a turnover, and that's what you have to do with this team because they just can't move the ball down the field at all, through the air or through the ground. So that's what you're depending on.
What's your magic elixir when you have a cold?
Hot tea and honey for sure for me. Always.
That's all it is. We got to get the voice back. All right, Amy, thank you for calling in. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, and we'll talk to you again soon.
That's all right. Thanks for having me anyway. Appreciate you guys.
You're the best. There's Amy Fadul from NBC Sports Philadelphia and, of course, 97.5 The Fanatic on the Comcast Business Hotline. 32 on our YouTube chat. It's literally the same complaints we had going into the playoffs last season, and we won the Super Bowl. So to act like it's no chance is stupid. I understand we can't listen to every second of every show. I'll say it for the millionth time. They had a ground game last year that I believe they could have just keep on winning with. And they did, up until the Super Bowl where they had to throw the football. The Eagles have nothing on offense this year to say that works, other than the red zone efficiency.
Dallas Goedert
in the red zone. That's it. So again, if they had a ground game this year, you would not be hearing me say these things. Last year, I said boring is good. Keep doing what you're doing. I didn't need to see the passing game. I didn't need to see the Steelers game. I need to see life on offense this year. All right, coming up next, is it worth the headline? I'll explain more coming up next. Also, the fact that the Eagles are 11-5, still the running for the 2 seed. It's crazy. Numbers to tell you why. Comes up next, 97.5 The Fanatic. Two here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny the K out until Friday. let's sneak in a call here. And then we're going to go through three things. Fashion, which I know you're all about.
Absolutely.
Is it worth the headline? And the crazy numbers of the Eagles being 11-5. And I see somebody on our YouTube chat, Renee, one of my favorites, wondering why I haven't asked a question or answered a question of hers. I had to scroll for a while to find said question. I missed it earlier. And I'll answer that. Let's go to Ron in Allentown. Ron, you're on Kincade Salciunas.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, I totally agree with resting the starters, and to hell with beating the Commanders, whether it happens or not. The only reason to be the 2 seed would be to avoid playing in Chicago in the second round. But here's the thing. Our defense is what they are, and we love that. Kevin Patullo is not going to become the Bobby Fischer of play calling in 1 week. So the only way for our offense to get better is to be healthier. And our healthy line, I think, gives us the advantage we need. We play, I don't care if it's the Rams or the 49ers, in Philadelphia. You know, I love our odds there. I love those guys coming to our atmosphere and having to deal with us.
I don't.
And then we either go to Chicago or we play one of the other lower-seeded teams. And our defense, they're dogs.
Yes.
Vic Fangio's a dog. They got their asses kicked earlier this year by Chicago. I think they got something to prove, and I think going into Chicago and just completely locking them down would mean nothing more than everything to that defense.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Like, I lean more toward rest. I also saw something pretty interesting in the David Murphy article that I referenced earlier where he's been back and forth. He's saying that if they do rest their starters, it would be a great time for the starters to sit down with the coaching staff to come up with a game plan. Like, don't even worry about this upcoming week against the Commanders. Let's focus for 2 weeks about how we're going to beat whoever we play in the first round. Because to your point, Ron, I don't think Kevin Patullo is all of a sudden going to figure it out in the next 2 weeks. He might need the help of his team. And we saw it work last year.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And think about it. Like, honestly, like we play that first-round game in Philadelphia, then we go to Chicago or we play another home game. And then we either go to Seattle and then play a third home game. And honestly, nobody on this planet is going to convince me that Sam Darnold is not going to be the Sam Darnold that we all know him to be when people like Jalen Carter are hunting him down.
Yeah, that's if it even takes that long. Thanks for the call, Ron. You know, who knows? They could lose in the second round. If they finish with the 1 seed, right, they would have to beat the Niners this upcoming weekend. Sam Darnold's going to have to go into San Francisco and beat the 49ers. We'll see. A, can he do that? And if he does he then win? You know, I'm going to guess whoever the 5 seed is. Right? Like, I hope the 6 seed does not beat the 3 seed.
Yeah.
In this scenario. I would guess the 5 seed would be the team that would go to Seattle, which would be
divisional.
Yeah, Rams or Niners. That's what it's going to come down to. And now the benefit is being at home, but we'll see. I just hope it's not the 6 seed. All right, give us a text message because I want to hear from some more people before we get into some other stuff here before we hand things over to Middays with Marks.
All right, so we have another check-in on this conversation about potentially resting the starters. Tim from Washington Township says, I'm resting them all day. It's not as if we control our own destiny, plus possible injury. I'm letting the backups try and go in and win this game anyway. Tanner probably wins, plus it gives scouting for opportunities in the postseason.
Yeah, the scouting thing, I liked what David Murphy wrote in his article, even though he values the seeding more than the rest. He ended up reversing his reverse card. Giving the offense like 2 weeks to work with the coaching staff. Because, like, let's face it. With all due respect to the Eagles' backups, you're not coming up with some elaborate game plan. All right? You are going to go with the game plan that you've been doing all year pretty much. And you're going to come up with something. You're going to start thinking about the following week already. You just are. And we know that the offense came together last year in week 5 and figured something out. Who knows?
Maybe this year it's week 18?
Maybe.
It's never too late.
What else you got on the text line?
All right. We also have people checking in on our conversation earlier about the players and paying them because we listed out a whole bunch of guys on the defensive side of the ball.
9 players.
One dissenting opinion from Joe from Delco who says it's Quinyon Mitchell, number 1. Honestly, I'd be okay with losing Jalen Carter if it means we can keep the other 8 guys on that list.
Oh my God. So people value things differently. I value defensive line before cornerback. I have Quinyon Mitchell number 2 on my list, so it's not like I have him 8th. I have him number 2. But Jalen Carter is the reason why this defensive line is as dominant as he is. Like, he gets it going. He's the guy that starts that. He's the guy that gets double, sometimes triple teamed. That's what the defenses scheme against, and then it opens up the door for other players on the line. I've said this a million times. You can get by with a an average to slightly above average secondary if your pass rush is that good. It's why I was not worried about Adoree Jackson. Yeah, it was bad for a couple of weeks, but once they got the pass rush right, I knew Adoree Jackson would get better. Quinyon Mitchell is a beast probably regardless of the pass rush. Like, we've seen it. But the pass rush gets everything else going. That's how I view it. Everybody looks at it different. All right, real quick, fashion. Everybody knows I'm a fashionista.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the most dressed up I've been for work in a long time. A thermal and jeans. Not my joggers and hoodie.
Hey, you had some nice sweaters during the Christmas holiday.
That's different. The guy Noah, who plays Will in Stranger Things.
Yeah.
There was a photo of them. They watched the finale in theaters yesterday or something. It comes out tomorrow. He was wearing a pinstripe suit. All right, go for it. You're a made man, I guess. You know? But he had a belt over top of his suit jacket around his stomach. So not even at his waist, it was over his stomach to almost keep the jacket even tighter. But it was a belt. Like, what is that?
I don't know.
I think there are people that try too hard.
I feel like that's something girls wear that, right? Where they have like the like long, I think about like the brown overcoat and then you wear the belt around it on the outside. I don't know. Maybe it's a fashion thing.
Okay, maybe it's a fashion. I don't know. To me, that's like, what do you like? The suit looked fine. I feel like he looked in the mirror and said, "That's not flashy enough," because everybody else was like dressed up to the nines. I almost feel like he was probably like, I got to throw something. I got to add something. But I'm not. The world of fashion's not for me.
Yeah, me either.
I wear thermals and jeans, and I say I look nice today.
I'm in sweats right now, so.
Is it worth the headline? I like to look at the different, websites for like added bits of content to the show. And Michigan basketball is undefeated right now. They're ridiculous. The Michigan Wolverines are 12-0, and they're the number 2 team in the nation. The headline on Fox was Michigan snaps McNeese State's winning streak. Is that worth the headline?
Probably not. What's McNeese State ranked right now?
Nothing.
Damn, tough year for all the Cowboys.
They're not ranked. They are 10-3, but their winning streak was 4. Like, it's not like they were on a 9-game winning streak and Michigan beat them.
I guess it's technically correct.
Oh, by the way, they won 112-71.
Tight game.
If anything, the headline should be Michigan beats McNeese State by 40, not they snapped their win streak. Who's worried about McNeese State?
Could not tell you.
You're one of 3 people in Philadelphia that could say that they are the Cowboys.
I Googled it.
Okay. So you're one of
So cut it down to 2.
So there were 2 people. All right. Lastly, Reuben Frank wrote an article about the disastrous second half performance by the Eagles offensively against the Bills. He posted the first half and second half of numerous games this year. Cowboys game, 21 in the first half, 3 in the second. Rams, 7 in the first half, 26 in the second. Bucks, 24 in the first, 7 in the second. First Giants game, 17 points before halftime, none after. Packers, nothing in the first half, 10 in the second. Lions, 13 before halftime, 3 after. Second Cowboys game, 21 in the first half, nothing in the second. Bears, 3 in the first, 12 in the second. Chargers, 6 in the first, 13 in the second. Commanders, 7 in the first, 22 in the second. Bills, 13 in the first, none in the second. He totals 10 of 16 games where the offense has had at least one really bad half. And yet they're 11-5. And that's the one I can't take away from him. as down as I am, I can't take that away from it. It is incredible that they are 11-5. And so Renee on our YouTube chat earlier this morning, I had to go back and find the question. She was wondering why I hadn't answered her. Was wondering what my preseason prediction win total was. I think I said 11-6 with a chance to go to 12. I did not see them winning 10. I said there's no way they only win 10 games. My official prediction was 11-6, chance of 12-5. They're either going to go 11-6 or 12-5. So if you look at it that way, they have reached my expectations season-wide. You're right, Renee. That is true. But context matters to everything. It does. Record-wise, they reached where I wanted them to be.
Does context matter to the ceiling or does context matter to the individual? It's a bit of a philosophical question there.
That's a deep question.
But I wonder how much of it is just like you. I think about this all the time when we evaluate teams. What do you expect to see versus what do you see? Is it really as big of a deal as just you're getting caught off guard? Because I think the Eagles' offense has really caught us off guard this year. And there's an argument to be made, to Renee's point, that the Eagles have met expectations at the bottom line. I'm not saying one side's right or one side's wrong, but I wonder how much you thinking what the offense should be is affecting how down you are on this.
It should be better, and that I've said that's what gets me so upset.
Wants and needs, though.
It has to, and it needs to be better in the playoffs. It needs to be, and I don't think it's all of a sudden going to get better. And that's what we have got. That rounds out the show today. That's been the point of the show all day today, and I appreciate everybody that's been a part of it. So coming up next, we got Middays with Marks. Harry Mays back in the building today. Connor, can you tell us about life-saving cancer research before we get out of here?
Absolutely, I can. You got to check out our friends over at the AACR, and remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Ryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, in making donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
Damn right. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. Middays with Marks comes your way next. Back at it tomorrow on an Adam Schefter Wednesday. Another day closer to Week 18. Will they play the start?